up?
Well, I mean, it's really both. I mean, the Epstein story captures two of the big kind of themes of QAnon, which is child sex trafficking, which Epstein was himself engaged in, and the idea that Hollywood and Washington, D.C. elite are in on it. And certainly there have been, releases of names who Epstein was associated with, friends with, some of which may or may not have been, traveling to his island with him. But it brings together this idea that there's a kind of connection between Hollywood, DC, and child sex trafficking. So Epstein captures those things together. And then because there have been so many kind of court reports, releases, incomplete information, it creates fodder for influencers online to sort of tease a new release, to say, oh, I have some insight into these files, to say someone needs to come along and reveal what's really behind all this. And Trump was promised to be the person who did that. So that's part of the betrayal now, with him saying, why is everyone talking about this all of a sudden?
So do you think Trump has created this problem for himself by incorporating their release into his campaign message last year?
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of a surprise. I mean, I think he could have kept teasing it, really, because some QAnon influencers are already saying, actually this is a sign that Trump is going to release the real files later, that these are just the files Obama left him and they've been doctored. People are alighting on the phrase Trump used in one of his Truth Social posts, referring to Epstein as a guy who
trying
never
something
dies.
different today.
And they're saying,
I'm
oh,
just
this is
gonna
a
sit here
sign
and
that
do this
Epstein's
bullshit
really
and also do it
alive
on
and that
stream.
Trump can't
Might
tell
as
us
well.
now, but he's going to tell us further down the line. So he could have kept
We'll
doing
see if
that,
it
I
works.
think. But with Pam Bondi repeatedly saying, "Oh, I have the list of,
Wait, how does that one
Epstein's
not have?
associates on my desk. I'm going to review it and release it." They got a little too specific with it, really, and saying that they were going to release the actual files and reveal all, and then to suddenly turn around and say, "Actually, nothing happened. There's nothing to see here." It's a tough look. But I do think some of the more committed MAGA faithful will find a way to spin it into the promise of a future revelation.
He has midterm elections next year. How big an issue could this be for him with his own base, given his close relationship with Epstein in the past?
Yeah, I mean, Steve Bannon has been worrying about this, Trump's former advisor, saying, what if we lose 10% of the MAGA base? That'd be enough to affect us at the midterms. You see people like Andrew Schultz, the comedian, who's kind of associated with the manosphere, and been one of these people, along with figures like Theo Vaughn, Joe Rogan, who have been credited with Trump's success in the last election. They're expressing disillusionment. So if he does lose some of these people who are not necessarily super committed MAGA supporters, but see Trump as someone who can stand outside the establishment and critique it and question it, if he loses that authenticity in the eyes of those supporters, it could hurt him, because I mean the margin of victory was not that massive in the last election, and he captured people who he didn't capture before, partly because he was seen as this kind of free thinking.
Here, let me do a more official intro thing. Oh god, I have the watch party thing still up. Hold on. That's silly. Over on my watch party. Yeah. Okay. Whew. Okay. Glad I saw that. I wonder if it would have been a whole stream that just turned on. Whatever. Only in that one scene. I still have a thing where I heavily think a lot about how I stream and don't stream, or what I stream, and then if the timing is missed, or if stuff's not planned out in a way that I feel is super great, then I have a lot of hang-ups about it. But then I'm just sitting here, internet's fixed or whatever, and I'm just chilling, idling, playing Slay the Spire and whatever, and it's like, oh, maybe I should think about streaming this stuff too. Just more of a coexist, hang out vibe, like you're just hanging out on the sofa or whatever kind of thing. Because I like, whenever Kara gets off work, to talk to her about what I'm watching on the stream, or whatever it is. And now I can have an infinite number of chatters technically available to do that same thing. Yeah, they find me interesting, then they do, and if they don't care about what I'm doing during this time, then that's fine too. It's not like I have a huge base of people who are like, oh man, I only came for the videos or whatever. There's like 3 viewers average at most, right? So it's not really like nobody is expecting anything from me. And if people pop in and go, "Oh, you're doing something different," that's fine. I'm not into that. I go, "Okay, bye." Right? Later on, I might do one of the streams that they were used to just seeing, or whatever it is. No reason I couldn't do that. The reason I can't do anything. The whole world is open. This is my 6 months to figure things out. So don't just try to do something that is not working or not feeling like it's super smooth for me to execute. Do what feels normal to execute. And this is what I do normally. Like if I had an air quote day off, this is what I would be doing. So let's try to see if this works or if this feels good to do. A backup has always been, or one of my potential, because like just like everybody, I can't. Kara's checked in, beautiful. I can't. Although Kara, don't forget, you have to do work. You're the one bringing home the bread. Also, I should check and see if my paychecks are still coming in properly. That's kind of an important thing with this whole layoff thing. Damn it. Mine cluttered. I always have to have like realistic expectations, and then what if this doesn't work out kind of thing. Yeah, that top light does not work right. Okay. Also threw a purple light over there because the setup that I had wasn't really vibing super great. Always got to have a backup plan. So if like me becoming a super celebrity influencer person, pretty rare for that to happen, especially as somebody who's like mid 30s, late 30s. So what's the backup plan? Doing video editing, doing different things, being an important member of the community, but more of a background member. And I can do that from I can do that by just doing what I do, and that is watching stuff I like, clipping stuff, saving videos and VODs, and then making video edits of them, offering the video edits to the people who literally made the content and say, hey, do you want this? Like, I can just sell it to you for, I don't know, 50 bucks, whatever it's supposed to be worth. And then if not, then I can start making channels to do industrial complex style things. On top of my own videos, whatever, right? All these different things are available, but feeling like I make a stream this like structured thing that's stressful to be around doesn't work with my brain chemistry. Some people really work well with it. It always fucks me up. But if I can make the streaming just like a thing I just turn on whenever, don't care if I turn it on twice in a day or have to like stop it for a while and move away. Just be chill about it. Like I set these rules up for myself that didn't hurt me. And if I can just stop caring about that, maybe it'll be better. So Kara was like, yeah, do it. Do this. So I'm like, okay, fine. Jeez. Okay. So let's do it. What was I doing before? I was watching Hassan. Oops, I paused it.
And hoping the Supreme Court.
Oh yeah, and I wanted to make my Twitch thing. I'm gonna add it here in a second. So what I can do
after defending calling himself a Nazi,
see,
and taking ownership over the movement, today is still trying to actively defend the Trump administration. Let's take a look at what he had to say.
Enough, but the Dems are great at saying, yeah, you know, it didn't work out the first time, but just give us a chance and we'll make it better.
Well, I have these little boxes. Camera 2. Oh, you can't take a
good. Even when you're pissed off about Epstein.
So I have like my box 2.
But when he's not perfect,
or box 3.
He's still
Each
good.
box is a different kind of like thing I can feed into it.
Oh my God. Am I watching MSNBC?
I can put different things into these things.
Explain harm reduction.
So I want to put something else into this box, which
Except
I'm going to do in a
time,
second
you're
here.
trying to explain harm reduction voting to a base that doesn't play by those rules at all and never has and never will, because their expectation is you're supposed to whip up panicked hysteria around certain narratives, and then you're supposed to actually capitalize on that by offering red meat. Like the example here, the example I use here is claiming that trans people represent like a real threat to the American public over and over again, only to, once you get into power, only to turn around and be like, actually, we can't, or capitalize, sorry. Did I say capitalize? What is, my brain is so busted, I'm sorry. Capitalize. It would be like if the Trump base, after telling everyone that, trans people represent like a grave threat to Western empire or whatever, and getting at least enough people in the base to believe this lie, if you were to turn around and be like, actually, we can't do anything about trans people. We can't even like stop the 40 trans athletes from participating in NCAA. Actually, it's good that trans people are still participating in sports, and there's not anything that we could do about it. You know? Sorry. Sucks to suck. Yeah, the base would probably, I mean, and this is not even as important of a cause for Trump's base of support as is the Epstein stuff. Like, so the example I'm using is not even a direct analog here. Do you understand?
Okay, step 1 done. Now I add it to my Stream Deck.
They're used to getting treats. They're used to winning culture war issues. Okay? You don't get the promise and whip up hysteria on a really pivotal on a really pivotal issue such as this one for the base of support, only to turn around and be like, yeah, you don't get it. Good things aren't possible. Especially when everyone knows you do have a lot of power over releasing this information. Because this isn't something like I was going to end the wars and then not being able to deliver on ending the wars on day one. Okay? One, ending the wars is not that big of a deal for a lot in the base of support. And two, it's not entirely in your hands. Like, you can't just, end a foreign adversary's illegal incursion into Ukraine, right? You can't do that. You can't unilaterally decide it's over now. That's far more difficult. So people are most likely most likely going to be a lot more understanding of what your inability is to stop Russia's invasion into Ukraine.
Things that Dems do, they have to be perfect to work. So it's like capitalism. It can be frustrating and it can be prone to flaws, but it doesn't have to be perfect to make the world work.
I've been speaking to Coca-Cola about using real cane sugar in the Coke in the United States, and they've agreed to do so. I'd like to thank all of those in authority at Coca-Cola. This is a very good move by them. You'll see. It's just better. Wow, cane sugar. I've totally forgot about the Epstein files now.
I mean, technically, you consider that a W.
Don't make perfect.
Just because, like, everyone's been like, oh, yeah, shit tastes better in other countries. Why? Because we have dog shit rules.
In terms of,
but, like,
galvanizing their
talking to
support, in terms of bringing out
talking to fucking Coke directly and being like, yo, do this one thing for me, pretty please, is dumb when it should just be the same regulations that they have in Mexico and in the EU.
We are going to give you exactly what you want.
Because then it's not just predicated on one deal between one guy and one company. And then what about what? Pepsi's not going to do it? What the fuck? Like, granted, it should be across the board.
Undocumented migrants.
And also, it should be like, what if they decide to stop, right?
Here is my queen, Jessica Tarkov, doing the Lord's work, saying 75% of Republicans want the files out there.
No, he wasn't.
Yes, and he will, by the way, be getting no credit for anything that any of you are excited about if he cannot
so now if I
out
put
his
Cam
answer
2
on the Epstein
we can see the
files.
video that I'm playing and then go back to playing Swedish Liar.
Yeah. But you're speaking on that from a political perspective, not a moral one, so it doesn't matter.
Of course it matters.
I actually am interested in it.
I'm interested
Jessica,
in
you never brought it up for years.
That's not true.
Jessica, the polls are so boring.
Fine. How about the humans? Mike Flynn, you're a human. Charlie Kirk, you're a human. Steve Bannon, you're a human. They're all mad.
Now
Well, I
you're
should do my
on
title,
their
too.
side.
You know
What a coincidence. She's now wants to know about Epstein now that Trump's in the office. Didn't care when Biden was there. What else do you care about? Who ran the presidency?
What?
Who did you actually care who was running the White House when Joe was in office? Did you care about that?
This
No.
is such an incredible deflection.
No, it's not.
You brought up Epstein.
I'm showing
We're
you it's a
talking about the
pattern.
border. You brought up Epstein.
I'm talking about why this president is not doing a good job on everything from the border.
But you just said he
Just close the border permanently, Jessica.
Immigration policy. Go ahead.
You are
Just keep
conflating. No,
going.
okay, now
No, I'm
Jessica,
not.
you are conflating legal with illegal.
They're so mad, bro. They're so fucking mad. Oh my God. Oh, this is awesome.
Legal. I
Kaya?
get it because he's
Or do you
winning
mean
on
Gutfeld?
illegal. Doesn't work.
Okay.
All right, up.
Kind of way up there. Kind of.
Oh, this is fucking
Reading
fantastic.
us off from the White
see how
House.
this
Thank
works.
you. And we began with the cracks in MAGA world growing deeper as President Trump insists it's time to move on
Just be
from
Act
the
One.
Jeffrey Epstein.
I think like if the Democrats were to operate like Republicans, they'd be calling Trump a pedophile, sex criminal right now. And I'm not,
Yeah,
I know
Gutfeld
why
sucks
they won't
ass.
do it partially because like
The fact
their own
that my
voters are
dad
implicated in that
unironically
shit.
watches Gutfeld and finds him funny
But the Republicans are shameless.
literally kills me.
And the Dems should be too. They should be like, yeah, fucking release it, or you're a pedophile.
I wasn't sure. I didn't even know
Release
Gutfeld has a
Epstein
dog.
files,
I guess I
or
wasn't
you're
listening to
a
what he was saying
fucking
enough.
Pedophile, dude. Come on. You can use interesting techniques like pedophile sex trafficker says what? Like you can say that real quick to have them go what and be like, oh, got him.
You know, enough block without
Many different techniques out
these,
there.
So maybe we actually do.
Case.
And
The
or.
calls for his administration to release its files on the notorious sex offender now moving from talk radio to the halls of Congress.
Only a little bit
with
of blood.
some of his biggest supporters, including
We'll
the
see how it
House
goes.
Speaker, urging the president and his Attorney General, Pam Bondi, to change course.
My Princeton.
This
My
has
wallet.
been the first fracture in MAGA, and we don't want this to happen anymore.
See,
But
I
President
told you. I told you
have
this is a
two
real
cats.
fracture, bro. I told you this shit
Kinda
ain't going
combine
away.
them
Many
into
of you were
one
like,
dog.
no, you don't understand. Like, this is something that they'll forgive and forget. Like, they'll just focus on the next thing when the opportunity presents itself. And it's like, no, dude, no. This is like a major fucking. This is a major issue for a lot of people in the base.
Trump says he just doesn't get the hype now.
I don't understand it. Why they would be so interested. He's dead for a long time. He was never a big factor in terms of life. I don't understand what the interest or what the fascination is. I don't understand why the Jeffrey Epstein case would be of interest to anybody. It's pretty boring stuff. It's sordid, but it's boring. Credible information, let them give it. Anything that's credible, I would say let them have it.
Let's bring in NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Julie Sirkin, NBC's senior national politics reporter Jonathan Allen, and former U.S. Attorney Barbara McQuaid. Julie, House Speaker Mike Johnson, now the highest-ranking Republican to break with the president on this. What did he have to say?
Well, Johnson had a rare moment, extremely rare, actually. I can't think of a single other instance in which the speaker broke with the president on anything, but it goes to show you just how powerful, potent, and divisive this issue is within the very core of the MAGA base. Johnson, with conservative podcast host Benny Johnson, who kind of set up shop here in the Capitol, and lawmakers were able to just come through and talk and sit in these interviews, had damaging words, not so much for Pam Bondi, but in forcing this issue and kind of letting it.
Dude, boring is my favorite, like, right-wing. Boring is my favorite right-wing distraction term. Oh, you're boring, like Andrew Tate used against me when he was losing the fucking argument. It's just boring. Nobody cares. Come on. Stop it. It's boring. Why does anybody care about this? Another kind of right-wing figure that used that deployed that term was my former podcast co-host, Ethan Klein. This is boring. It's boring. Stop it. Stop debating me on the terms of Israel-Palestine. Stop it. Nobody cares. I want this to be entertaining. Don't do it.
Anyway,
Bubble back up to the surface, wanting to see more of those files. Take a listen.
It's a very delicate subject, but we should put everything out there and let the people decide it. I agree with the sentiment.
Find something different today.
We need to put it out there. And
I'm going to sit and chill. Might as well sit and chill.
Pam Bondi, I don't know, when she originally made the statement, I think she was talking about documents. As I understood it, they were on her desk. I don't know that she was specific about a list or whatever, but she needs to come forward and explain that to everybody.
That said, as you know, Anna, there's always a difference between what they say and what they do, and Johnson could support an effort to force the administration's hand here, and he didn't. So far yesterday, he did not support a procedural motion from Congressman Ro Khanna, now a bipartisan effort with Thomas Massie as well, to try and set up a vote in which the House would then, if passed, force the DOJ to release these files. Johnson didn't do that.
Do you think it's a power struggle within the ranks of the party? No, not at all. The party is unified under the banner of Trump. There is no, and they're also unified under the banner of protecting the interests of the super wealthy. This being one of those interests. The only like fissure that's taking place is within the base and the party itself. Just like the Democrats were unified under defending Israel, right? There were some people who were not on board with it, but like ultimately it was a big fissure amongst the base that saw what the Democrats were doing with Israel and didn't like it. Okay. And the same goes for the Republicans here. The party is completely on board with Donald Trump. It's just that the people are not on board with the way that Trump has mishandled.
Need more attacks.
The people are not on board, and the network of like podcasts and shit that they've used up until this moment to galvanize the base, to whip up support,
really working out well.
Is look, see. Breaking, a video is going viral showing JD Vance calling for the full Epstein list to be released on Theo Von's podcast. Hey, JD, what changed? Let's blast this everywhere before he tries to erase it. Theo Von says, yeah, what changed? I'll tell you what changed. I think they got the new marching orders from Israel. That's what changed.
Not this turn.
Huh?
What,
okay.
1, 2, 3. One
is the possibility.
Also, here's Hakeem Jeffries hitting those notes a little bit, which is not bad.
Probably not this, just because.
Now what we see is the possibility that there's a massive cover-up taking place within the Trump administration, because there may be people on the Epstein list within the Epstein files that Donald Trump is trying to protect, who happen to be part of his billionaire cabal. And now what we see is the possibility that there's a massive cover-up taking place within the Trump administration, because there may be people on.
I guess AIPAC and the ADL and numerous other Israeli groups have not actually told Hakeem Jeffries to shut the fuck up about this.
That is right at the bottom of it. It just looks like
he's speaking out of turn here. He's even using the terms like billionaire, shadowy cabal. Dangerous, spicy rhetoric.
Maybe I was cutting it off a little bit. I mean, I could bring it up more.
I mean, so far so good. So far,
I just
we shall see
this to start covering up some of the details.
Still has an opportunity to. We're told that Khan and Massie are actually trying to collect signatures, 218, to force what's called a discharge petition, enforcing the speaker's hand in placing that vote and taking it anyway, regardless if he wants it or not. But we're not sure yet if it can get to 218 on it.
I mean, John, as the fallout keeps building, the president just responded on Truth Social this morning. He's blaming
the game is at 1080p.
He writes, their new
and my window is
what we will forever call
1080 or 1920 wide.
and my past
because
supporters
it's a 1440p monitor.
bought into
So
BS,
this box
line and
is
sinker.
1080
What should we make of
or
this?
1920 wide, and then taller than 1080 tall, just because it has more headroom. So the game is rendered at exactly 1080p, and it fits on my desktop right in kind of this little nook right next to my chat and all this other stuff. But it doesn't have enough. It can't render to fill the space, right? So it just kind of has it. It doesn't actually. I can't like expand it. It doesn't expand.
One that Hillary Clinton
it renders at exactly whatever resolution you set it to.
Murdered Epstein in jail, which is absolutely insane and for which there's no evidence because it didn't happen, and has now found himself in a position where he is at odds with a lot of his base. And I think the fallout of this and the danger for him is that it really is the base. It's the grassroots.
I mean, JD Vance has is a spineless fuck in general. So I'm happy that people finally get a taste of seeing how pointless. I mean, like he had his whole calling Trump a Nazi, and then he's like, well, I changed now. But he's not going to be able to like say that he changed when he was like, yeah, let's release the Epstein files a month before the election, and now he's like, well, now it's totally different 7 months later. Come on guys, come on. Like it's
social over the weekend.
That's too soon, and you were already made your heel turn.
Was dead. Now it's the hottest country anywhere in the world. Let's keep it that way and not waste time and energy on Jeffrey Epstein, somebody that nobody cares about.
Pay attention.
Well, he got
Nobody
slammed for that. That post received more than 45,000 responses, far more than other recent posts. Many of the top comments were expressing frustration with the president. John, does the president really not get it? Is he out of touch with his base on this?
Yes.
Yes, he's absolutely out of touch with his base on this. And in fact, what we've seen is him repeatedly say no one's interested in this, stop talking about it in public comments. He's accidentally fanning the flames of this, but it sort of feels like he has to because it's the only thing that his base is talking about. We heard him once say, famously that he could shoot somebody on Fifth Avenue and he wouldn't lose a vote. But what he's finding out right now is that he cannot ridicule and mock all of his own voters and get away with that and have them sit for it. So I think he's going to have to find a way to repair his relationship with the base on this issue.
He keeps on saying, that it's nothing for them to be worried about. And even in his post this morning, he called them past supporters who are stirring up all of the angst over this. But clearly, it's not just past supporters. It's people who are wanting to continue to support him and are suddenly having second thoughts over this issue. Barbara, yesterday, Attorney General Pam Bondi dodged some questions about the Epstein files. Let's play her reaction.
He would support you releasing additional credible evidence from the Epstein investigation. Is that something that you are open to doing?
Let me take that. Let me take that first. This today is about fentanyl, nothing about Epstein. I'm not going to talk about Epstein.
The president said today you would release credible files related to Mr. Epstein. Are you prepared to do that, and when would you do that?
Our memo speaks for itself, and we'll get back to you on anything else. I haven't seen all of his statements today. Thank you.
Barbara, why do you expect that Bondi is dodging these questions?
Well, Bondi herself is right at the heart of this storm. She was the person who released Volume 1 in binders in a very ostentatious display, suggesting that this was the secret file that we've all been waiting for, which turned out, of course, to be nothing more than some very routine, already known materials. And then she said, it is sitting on my desk right now. Now, some thought it meant a client list, which people have been yearning for. She has now backtracked to say, when I said it, I just meant the file in general. I didn't mean to suggest there was anything like a client list. So between Pam Bondi, Donald Trump, Kash Patel, and others who are now inside the administration, they were the ones who were stoking all of this interest in the Epstein files. And now suddenly they've looked at it and they say there's no there. I think what they're finding is governing is much more challenging than simply spewing venom on Fox News or social media. You have to be able to back up.
Yeah. Governing is much more challenging because when you're on the outside trying to win, you get to say these guys are all pedophiles, but when you're on the inside, you have to defend the pedophiles. Except that's not what she's saying. She's saying that like it's all fake bullshit, and that's the reason why they got owned.
Let's go with that.
So annoying.
What you're selling with words. You know, Donald Trump himself wrote in The Art of the Deal that you can only con people for so long. At some point, they expect you to deliver the goods. And I think right now we are seeing that there are no goods to be delivered.
We played some of that earlier sound with President Trump saying that the Department of Justice should release any credible information. That was part of the question that was taken to Bondi.
We don't have any.
Barb, how do you interpret what the president views as credible?
Interesting how they don't believe anything Trump says.
We don't like this card.
Until it's something that they also agree with, by the way. This is MSNBC. Under any other circumstance,
no block.
If Trump said anything, they would be like, oh, obviously the opposite is true. But very odd that in this situation, they're like, well, you know, haha, this is all fun and games, but like, make no mistake, the Epstein files are actually fake. And it's, you know, Trump deserves to be punished for playing along with these conspiracy heartstrings.
Well, I don't know, but I can tell you what the law is about DOJ voluntarily releasing things. There are some restrictions under DOJ grand jury rules, under grand jury laws, and under the Freedom of Information Act. And so they are not permitted to disclose any grand jury material. Under the Freedom of Information Act, there is an exemption for anything relating to the privacy rights and privacy interests of victims and even subjects of an investigation. So in other words, if somebody was investigated for perhaps being part of this conspiracy to engage in sex acts with underage children, if there was not sufficient evidence to charge them with a crime, it would be improper for DOJ to voluntarily disclose that. Now, Congress can override that with some of these actions that they're talking about, but DOJ is not just not obligated, it is prohibited from producing these things now.
Well, speaking of Congress, Julie, Congresswoman Lauren Boebert had this suggestion for the case.
I think moving forward, we need a special counsel. That has got to happen. There has to be a special investigation into this if we aren't going to be provided information. I want answers, and maybe that takes that special counsel to do so. Maybe Matt Gaetz can lead the special counsel.
Is there any real support for Boebert's idea there on Capitol Hill?
Well, certainly among people like Boebert deep in the MAGA space that support continuing to investigate this issue. I will tell you, though, that even somebody as senior like Jim Jordan, who, of course, chairs a very important committee here, the Judiciary Panel, he is not interested at all in going down this road. He was pressed several times about it yesterday, and he continued to say that he stands with the president and he stands behind what his administration is doing here. But that doesn't mean that this isn't going to continue to be a total sore and pain for Trump and the White House and people who just want to get this and leave this in the past. And that includes, by the way, Speaker Johnson, because he said that in his interview with Benny Johnson. He just
You need to get a pedophile to truly understand the mindset of a pedophile.
Full block?
That's why Matt Gaetz is the perfect guy to do it. It's like Dexter. He's the Dexter of pedophilia.
I mean, Matt Gaetz was fucking shunned and was seen as a loser and not able to be the job that Pete Hegseth got instead. So to think that he can somehow lead a pedophile investigation despite being charged for basically pedophilia. He knows the
environment.
Why would anybody think that he'd be good? They
literally, he literally was also doing the same shit.
Yeah, he's saying that right now.
In Florida, the same state, only a couple miles away from where Jeffrey Epstein was operating.
Like, there's a whole investigation.
Yeah, Matt Gaetz, perfect guy to do this. Perfect guy to investigate this.
And we're going to show if
he has literally the same experiences, pretty much. As close to the same experiences as Jeffrey Epstein as you're going to get.
Has to toe the line here, as many of these guys do, in trying not to make their base more angry at this issue, and also trying to fend off Democrats who, even in the Senate, I'm told, are trying to force messaging votes on this very issue.
They want more poison. Just because that's how you ramp up late. And once you get blocked going, we're good.
Nice.
Just got to get there.
President Trump today angrily denounced the support of anyone in his ranks who cares about the Jeffrey Epstein case, aka a significant number of people in his base who, by the way, elected Trump after he pledged to release the Epstein files, after his surrogate Elon Musk told Tucker Carlson that billionaires were backing Kamala Harris because they were terrified Trump would release the Epstein list. Now, this latest kerfuffle started this morning with Trump's post on Truth Social, where he continued to falsely assert that the Epstein files are some sort of Democratic ploy. He wrote, quote, "Their new scam is what we will forever call the Jeffrey Epstein hoax."
Nope. No, we won't.
Past supporters.
No, we won't.
I like this draw.
You are 22 down on New York Times Crossroad today? Wait, really?
What the fuck? That's crazy.
I'm in the New York Times crossword puzzle?
It's probably the other Hassan.
Be for real.
Whatever.
Is that for real? How can we find that? Spoilers? Okay, shut the fuck up, chatter.
He nets you. He does damage. He fills your deck with wounds. Ooh.
It's gonna be like, I need to subscribe, I guess.
Is it the full one or the mini? Usually people play the mini, but
it's got to be like Hassan Minhaj or something.
that's what I was thinking. Yeah.
And this person is just like hurting my feelings. I can't check it. I'm not subscribed. It's Hassan Minhaj. Oh my God. You dick.
Have bought into this bullshit, hook, line, and sinker. They haven't learned their lesson and probably never will. Let these weaklings continue forward and do the Democrats' work. Don't even think about talking of our incredible and unprecedented success because I don't want their support anymore, unquote. This same energy continued in the Oval Office this afternoon where the president said this.
They're wasting their time with a guy who obviously had some very serious problems, who died 3-4 years ago. I'd rather talk about the success we have with the economy, the best we've ever had.
It's, of course, not a waste of time to care about the fact that dozens, if not hundreds, of survivors of rape, assault, trafficking, and more have been denied justice in the Epstein case from the jump. Aside from Epstein's own vile crimes, Epstein allegedly helped other powerful people in his...
I like that he says 3 to 4 years because, like, he somehow tries to make this like a Biden thing when Jeffrey Epstein was killed when he was president.
No discard mechanics going on, which is a shame with this big hand. Slow, but eventually gets damage going.
His orbit get away with heinous actions, including sex abuse, sex trafficking, in some cases the sexual abuse of minors. Here's just one portion of a victim impact statement surrounding the trial for Epstein associate Ghislaine Maxwell, who was sentenced to 20 years in prison for conspiring with Jeffrey Epstein to sexually abuse minors. One victim, who went by the pseudonym Kate, wrote to the judge, quote, "I witnessed Maxwell's relentless and insatiable drive to meet the sexual needs of Epstein at any cost to the vulnerable girls and women upon whom she preyed and fed to Epstein and other powerful men. The many acts that were perpetrated on me by Epstein, including rape, strangulation, and sexual assault, were never consensual and would have never occurred had it not been for the cunning and premeditated role of Ghislaine Maxwell played." Kate went on to write that the consequences of what Maxwell did have been far-reaching in her life. And this has been, let's just say it, this has been a huge about face for Trump. He's the dog who caught the bus. On a podcast just last fall, he promised he would release the Epstein files.
We can get rid of this.
But a lot of big people went to that island. But fortunately, I was not one of them. Yeah, I'd be inclined to do the Epstein. I'd have no problem with it.
Back in 2019, in Trump's first term, he retweeted a baseless conspiracy theory suggesting that Epstein's death was tied to Bill and Hillary Clinton. The Epstein case is sadly not a hoax, as the president now claims. So what's going on here? Let's go to CNN's Kristen Holmes at the White House. Kristen, Trump has gone from saying...
Bro, how are you not going to show how Donald Trump on many instances wished her well I'm surprised more people haven't brought up that Axios interview.
1, 2, 3. The most block I can get.
Because that Axios interview, it says something fucking insane. Hey, thank you, Ren, for the 5 give the subs.
It's his dinner time. He usually eats his chicken or whatever around this time. He's not in the interview.
Family
He's
put
just
out a
watching the interview.
statement.
Unless I was not noticing something else.
Our sister Ghislaine did not read. Oh yeah, I mean we covered this. Did not receive a fair trial. Her legal team continues to fight her case in the courts and will file its reply in short order due to the government's opposition to the Supreme Court.
Hey, it is what it is.
If necessary, in due course, they will also file a writ of habeas corpus to the U.S. District Court SDNY. This allows her to challenge the imprisonment on the basis of new evidence such as government misconduct that would have likely changed the trial's outcome.
I'm drinking Diet Mountain Light and Zero Sugar
Following the
Mountain
government's
Light.
response, David Oscar Marcus, counsel
It's so good.
of record for our sister in her petition to the United States Supreme Court, had this comment. I'd be
Not
surprised
good for you, I don't think. But
if President Trump knew his lawyers were asking the Supreme Court to let the government break a deal. He's the ultimate deal maker, and I'm sure he'd agree that when the United States gives its word, it should keep it. With all the talk about who's being prosecuted and who isn't, it's especially unfair that Ghislaine Maxwell remains in prison based on a promise the U.S. government made and broke.
Ow. He'll die of poison. Oh yeah, and I think I die as well. the wounds piled up. Would hope not to draw.
Yeah.
3.
Does anyone have the video of Trump talking about Ghislaine Maxwell in like incredibly positive terms?
And even if I all in here.
If they free her, the Republicans are cooked.
Oh, wait.
I don't think they're freeing her. I think they would. The more likely scenario is that she also has an accident, which would completely brick everyone's brains. Like,
I've been able to get
here it is. Here it is. This is the most damning piece of evidence you could show for Trump's
I don't really play
possible
the Watcher that
involvement
much just 'cause it
beyond
wasn't
what he is stating right now. Look at this.
But I haven't
Mr. President,
beaten.
the other day, a reporter asked you about Ghislaine Maxwell. You said, quote, "I just wish her well, frankly. I've met her numerous times over the years, especially since I lived in Palm Beach, but I wish her well, whatever it is." Mr. President, Ghislaine Maxwell has been arrested on allegations of child sex trafficking. Why would you wish such a person
first of all,
well?
I don't know that, but I do know this.
She has. She's been arrested for that. You know
Her
that.
friend or boyfriend,
Epstein,
was either killed or committed suicide in jail. She's now in jail. Yeah, I wish her well. I'd wish you well. I'd wish a lot of people well. Good luck. Let them prove somebody was guilty. I mean, do you know that
Oh,
she's
so you're
guilty?
saying you hope she doesn't die in jail? Is that what you mean by wish her well?
Her boyfriend died in jail, and people are still trying to figure out, how did it happen? Was it suicide? Was he killed? And I do wish her well. I'm not looking for anything bad for her. I'm not looking bad for anybody. And they took that and
I mean,
they
she's
made
a
it
child
such,
alleged child sex
such a
trafficker.
big deal. But all it is her boyfriend died.
He's like innocent until proven
He
guilty.
died in jail. Was he killed? Was it suicide? I do. I wish her well.
Like when he says her boyfriend, he's talking about Jeffrey Epstein, dude. Like, does Donald Trump ever talk like this about anyone? Ever? Like, that is crazy.
Rosie
brother.
O'Donnell.
This was when he was president too.
Let's go.
Everyone should move on from Epstein to saying he doesn't even want the support of people who care about this. That's a lot of people. We should note that in the not-so-recent past, those who cared about this case have included his son, Don Jr., his Vice President, J.D. Vance, his Attorney General, Pam Bondi, FBI Director Kash Patel, and on and on. What's the thinking here?
Jake, I'm not really sure there is thinking behind this. A lot of this seems to be unforced errors by President Trump. I've talked to a number of people around him who do believe that they are understanding where the base stands, but it still seems unclear that President Trump realizes what a big deal this is to so many of his supporters. And just to give some clarity here, it's not just the people who voted for them. It's also the big personalities on the right and some really who had never voted before, now part of the MAGA movement, who drew in their supporters, people who have podcasts, YouTube shows, to get them to the polls to vote for Donald Trump in order to release the Epstein files. And part of this, what I'm hearing from these supporters, is they don't really understand why exactly he's made this about face. Here's what he said in the Oval Office today.
Oh, God.
It's all been a big hoax perpetrated by
That's
the
actually really
Democrats.
nice.
And some stupid Republicans and foolish Republicans fall into the net. And so they try and do the Democrats' work.
A couple of other things he
Donald
said,
Trump.
that he has lost faith in certain people because of their belief in these so-called Epstein files, that the Republicans
Escape
have been
plan,
duped.
skills.
Again, as you noted,
I'm
some
gonna
of the
go
people
for
who've been
the
placed in the highest roles in his
remove.
administration, I guess, are some of these same people who were
Definitely rest
allegedly
here.
duped by this quote-unquote Epstein hoax, as President Trump has said. Now, our colleague
Not enough
DJ
gold
Judd
to-
just caught up with President Trump as he was leaving an event and asked about whether or not he would appoint a special counsel or consider appointing a special counsel. He said he has nothing to do with it. And let's be clear, if someone was going to appoint a special counsel, it would, of course, have to go through the Attorney General's office. But as we have reported time and time again since Donald Trump took office, the Justice Department is operating the least independently that it has in modern history. So, of course, President Trump would have everything to do with a decision about a special counsel here, Jake.
All right, Kristen Holmes, thanks so much. Let's discuss this with two former Trump White House officials. Mike Dupke, former Trump White House communications director in the first term. Jim Schultz, former Trump White House.
Could this work? No, it's not working.
Oh, I love Captain's Wheel.
These people, there are many people who voted for Trump because they are literally overtaken by his sexual prowess, his charisma. I know that sounds insane, but that is literally why a lot of people just have a cult-like admiration towards the man. But there are far more people that actually voted for Donald Trump because they see Donald Trump as a vehicle to destroy the elites, as a mallet, as a hammer to all of the institutions. They have voted for him, especially like low propensity voters have voted for him because they see him as
early shot,
a change from the way that previous like establishment politicians have ruined their lives. Regardless of the fact that he's a billionaire born with a silver spoon and a child of real estate developers, okay? Doesn't matter. They see him as a guy who is anti-establishment, who's against the elites, who is going to be vengeful towards said elites. And for many of those people, their only like class association or class style political opinions revolve around conspiracy. The conspiracy that Jeffrey Epstein has sex trafficked minors at the behest of like societal elites, whether they be Hollywood or you know, massive finance people and politicians and members of the royal family and prominent Democratic and maybe even Republican figures.
That's a lot.
But mostly Democratic figures, right? Like that's what they see it as. So Trump not doing this is a direct basically directly going against why people voted for him, and it's showing people that like he is not an anti-elite guy. Tax cuts for the wealthy and deregulation do not read to the base of MAGA as a pro-societal elite moment. This, on the other hand, does read as a pro-societal elite moment, that Trump is a part of the elite squadron. He is defending their interests.
A lawyer. Jim, you've worked with Trump on a very personal level. Explain to us the mindset here and what you would advise him as his lawyer to say right now.
So in terms of what folks are thinking here, and you know, not to get to the crux of this, I think we need to be more concerned, less concerned about MAGA, more concerned about the victims associated with these cases.
I agree.
Right? When you saw people walking around with the binders outside of that, I thought how many cases on behalf of victims on a pro bono basis. I'm thinking, what are the victims thinking at this moment with people walking outside the White House, reporters with these binders purportedly containing information. They don't know what's in those binders. They don't know what's going to come out. And purportedly containing information. The trauma, we have to think about the trauma that those folks are going through, those women are going through, who had been abused, who had been purportedly trafficked, and what their reaction is to that issue. And I think we're losing all of that. The news media is losing it. The White House is losing it. The Attorney General lost it when they paraded around with those binders. And I think MAGA is losing sight of that too. And the Democrats in Congress are doing the same thing. They're politicizing something that's traumatic for folks. And this needs to be governed by and through the court system.
Crazy looking man.
Judges
He looks like
to help make these
a red
determinations
kingpin.
by and through the Department of Justice if it's something that's going to be released.
I totally agree with you, and that's why we interviewed the attorney for some of the victims yesterday, and it's why I already mentioned them. Mike Duggie, let me ask you, notwithstanding the point that Jim just made, this is now a political crisis for the president of some sort, at least with his base. Laura Loomer, who is a conspiracy theorist and somebody that I'd rather not even mention, but she has the ear of the president. I mean, she suggested some firings in the National Security Council, and he followed through. She told Politico that she worries that his handling of the Epstein case could consume his presidency. She said, quote, obviously this is not a complete hoax, given the fact that Ghislaine Maxwell is serving 20 years in prison in Florida for her crimes and activities with Jeffrey Epstein, who we know is a convicted sexual predator. Loomer told Politico, that's all true. This is why I said, and I'll reiterate it again, the best thing the president can do is appoint a special counsel to handle the Epstein files investigation. Again, that she sounds reasonable there. She's not a reasonable person, but still, that
she's also a leader within this movement,
exactly
and so what she says on this topic matters.
Yeah.
And to Jim's point, this is a political story now, like it or not. The courts are almost secondary to what is happening. I frankly am surprised I'm not surprised that the president doubled down or even tripled down on this, because one of the superpowers of Donald J. Trump is that he runs into fire and survives almost every time. In this instance, though, he
lit this fire.
Well, he didn't necessarily light this fire, but he did stoke it.
Yeah.
And as did his supporters. But they stoked it for a really good reason, because a lot of what he won on, one of the reasons that his base loves him so, is because he points to powerful individuals that have been lying to the American people. That whole story, including now sex, is wrapped up in the Epstein case. So I am surprised that he's trying to be dismissive of this at this point, but I think he's playing to his strength, which is running into this. I don't think it will be successful.
Yeah.
At some point, we're going to have, you are going to continue to talk about it, as will others. The Democrats will not let this go, and frankly, a good chunk of his supporters will not let this go. And this is going to affect the midterm elections, and this is now a purely political story.
A lot happening this morning, and what I'm going to try to do this morning is I seek to explain. I'm going to try to explain the best of my ability what is going on here.
Charlie Kirk yesterday said he's no longer going to talk about the Epstein stuff, and he's going to trust his friends in the government. Remember? I know Adam Friedland is doing an episode with Harry Sasson. I know. My goat. Both of my goats getting together. Two guys who fuck, okay? Two guys who simply have sex. That's it. We'll watch it. We'll watch it later.
We're doing a lot of
Charlie has advice about the Epstein files. Mr. President, the emphasis on Epstein is truly the best intentions of our most loyal followers is because we want what's best for the presidency. People are talking about Epstein because they love Trump. We are fearful the same people who try to kill Trump, impeach him, and throw him in prison were behind Epstein. Epstein represents a symbol of an out-of-control shadow government, and this is a chance to bring it to heel. What should Charlie's move be if he were just backing Trump? Avoid it or never talk about it? I mean, the best case scenario for Charlie is to never talk about it. But it's
Or to have
impossible
Trump
for him
do
to
it,
never
right.
talk about it if Trump is talking about it.
Yeah.
Trump, ironically, is breathing life back into the story over and over again with his with his inability to like let it go. Which then obviously provokes response from his most loyal fans. And Charlie, much like myself, cannot be sheltered from that. Like, Fox News can get away with not talking about certain things. Charlie, on the other hand, can't, because this is the biggest fucking issue. And it's going to be such a prominent issue, and he's so accessible as opposed to like a Fox News commentator or a CNN commentator, because it's going to be all over his fucking comments if he doesn't say anything about it. And his goal is to basically be a vessel for Trump and sometimes deliver information about what the base is demanding to Trump, and in other instances, message at the behest of Trump. So he's now stuck in this unique paradigm where he has to not talk about this shit, but then when Donald Trump talks about this shit, well, what are you going to do? You have to address it. Because now Big Daddy, Big Papi is addressing it on the main stage. So he's trying to do the same thing as like Alex Jones almost. But of course he is whereas Alex Jones is like clearly on the side of the people because he's like more beholden to his audience. Charlie is more beholden to the administration because he has a direct line of communication with the president.
When in regards to Epstein and the messaging around Epstein, I'm going to do my best. I may not land the plane perfectly, but I think I have something to say here that will add some context and some depth to what we are seeing. President Donald Trump repeated what he said this morning on Truth Social. President Trump said basically right now in the press conference, some people are doing the Democrats' work talking about Epstein, and they are stupid people. I'm approximating. He said something similar on his Truth Social this morning, and he calls it.
This is so amazing. Donald Trump directly calling out Charlie Kirk's audience, and then Charlie Kirk having to like do Obama anger translator for Donald Trump.
Definitely that one.
Is amazing.
Oh, thank
you. Yeah, go ahead, big dog. Tell us what he actually meant with this.
The Epstein hoax. Now, before we go any further, I do want to say, big breaking news this morning. John Solomon is reporting that in his sit-down interview with Donald Trump, President Trump has greenlit a special prosecutor to potentially be able to go after the criminal conspiracy around Epstein and all deep state activity. So that is a phenomenal victory. That is something that we should rejoice in. And if that is true, because it's John Solomon, it's kind of like 2 or 3 levels back, but basically going after all things deep state, a deep state prosecutor. That is a terrific development. And I would love to see, you know who I want to see do that? Ed Martin. I think Ed Martin would be a phenomenal deep state prosecutor. So let's kind of just put a part on that. Let's just put a little bit of a little plug on that because we'll get back to it. That's a huge victory. The president deserves credit there. If we get a full deep
if it's real, I love that. Dog, you got a direct line of communication with the president. Just call him up. Call him right now. What do you mean, if it's real? He straight up texts Donald Trump's children with regular frequency. And it's not just that, but Donald Trump called him personally to be like, hey, cut it out, cut the shit out. No more Epstein talk. What the fuck are you doing? To which his response was, thank you, sir. Please, sir. I apologize, sir. And then he came out with this revelation yesterday that he's went back on clearly, where he was not going to talk about this Epstein stuff ever again.
State criminal conspiracy prosecutor. Think basically Robert Mueller for deep state activity, but one of our guys doing it. And interestingly, special prosecutors and the deep state activity actually is interlaced into all of this. So this morning, President Trump posted on Truth Social. I could read the entire thing on Truth Social, but let me just kind of do the best of. You guys can obviously find it on Trump's Truth Social. He says the radical left Democrats have hit pay dirt again, just like the fake and discredited Steele dossier, the lying 51 intelligence agencies, the laptop from hell, which the Democrats swore came from Russia. No, it came from Hunter Biden's bathroom. Even the Russia scam itself, a totally fake and made-up story used in order to hide crooked Hillary Clinton's big loss in 2016 election. These scams and hoaxes are all Democrats are good at. It's all they have. They're no good at governing, no good at policy, and no good at picking winning candidates. Also, unlike Republicans, they stick together like glue. Their new scam.
That's the funniest part about this, by the way. I'm sorry. But the Democrats never stick together. I wish. Like, to Donald Trump's credit, and there's obviously like a structural limitation that the Democrats will always face in terms of like disrupting the pre-existing hierarchy. Okay. And following through on campaign promises that they made. But like, that is so fucking, that's such bullshit. Donald Trump, to his credit, is capable of whipping the entire party together to get his legislative agenda across, no matter how evil it is. And he did that already. He got his BBB. Big Booty Bill. He got it across. He called every single person, and he made the boss calls, and he got it done. Everything that I have demanded of the Democratic Party in terms of whipping votes, Trump does every single time when it matters.
Is that we'll forever call the Jeffrey Epstein hoax. And my past supporters have bought into this BS. Hook, line, and sinker. They haven't learned their lesson and probably never will, even after being conned by the lunatic left for the last 8 years. I've had more success in the last 6 months than perhaps any other president in the history of our country. That is totally true. And all these people want to talk about with strong prodding by the fake news and success star of Democrats is the Jeffrey Epstein hoax. Let these weaklings continue forward and do the Democrats' work. Don't even think about talking about our incredible and unprecedented success because I don't want their support anymore. Thank you for attending to this matter. Make America great again. Okay,
let's give it a
so
shot.
Let's start with this. President Donald Trump is obviously upset. Why is he most upset? I'm going to go through the top two reasons and seek to explain it. He's venting because he has achieved a lot in 6 months against all the odds. Energy prices are going down. The border is hermetically sealed. He passed the big, beautiful bill despite a 3-seat majority in the House of Representatives. He's embarking on mass deportations. He ended a war between Israel and Iran. He took out the Iranian nuclear facilities.
Bro, he started the war.
Need to play 2 cards if I can play this one.
This is the thing that pisses me off about Trump. Aside from all the obvious shit, this is on some super basic shit, like apolitical shit, okay?
2.
Forgive me for getting apolitical with it for a brief moment when I'm talking about Donald Trump, who obviously is a political being. Like 90% of his accomplishments that these guys give him credit for are things that he fucked up initially. Like, what do you mean he stopped a war with Iran? It's like he had the opportunity to never start a war with Iran. Like, it's so goddamn annoying where these people should be like, oh, and he's doing the tariffs. He's doing the tariffs. The economy has rebounded. It's like, yeah, the economy rebounded because it took a fucking nosedive when he started with the tariffs. And then only when he backed away from the fucking tariffs did the economy rebound and got to its previous levels. Before the dip. I wish I could get credit for shit like this. You know what I mean? I break something and then I threaten to break it further and then I just simply stop breaking it. I don't even fix it. I just stop breaking it further. Ooh. And people go, oh, thank God, bro. You are the king. You are so sick. It's like, bro, I started the problem. And then I said I was going to keep accelerating the problem, and then I stopped accelerating the problem, and now all of a sudden you're like, oh, thank God. Oh, you are so good. You are so good at your fucking job. That's the Trump method every single fucking time. It's so goddamn annoying.
Ended the India-Pakistan war. He ended the Congo-Rwandan war just in his spare time. He's going after DEI. He is reducing the federal workforce. He is the biggest welfare reform in American history. I could go piece after piece after piece of all of the victory.
Yeah, and then the shit that he actually does accomplish is just horrifyingly bad for his audience, for his voters. Ironically enough, they'll be out here saying like, oh, dude, it's welfare reform. It's sick. It's like, dude, it's going to kill most people's grandparents. Like, what are you talking about? Yeah, say bye-bye to rural hospital networks. It's gone, okay? It's gone. It's over. Like, what good is that? He lied. He said he was not going to touch Medicaid, and then he did this molestation of Medicaid. That's what he did. He molested the money after saying, I'm not going to molest the money. You're going to make so much money. You're going to keep winning. You're going to say, Mr. President, I'm winning so much. I'm going to say, we're going to keep winning. Molested the money, stopped money molestation a little bit, only for the stock market to rebound a little bit. Okay. And then he said he's not going to touch Medicaid, and he's molesting the Medicaid. He also said, no new wars. We're actually stopping wars. Started a new war again, and then quietly ended it, I guess. He said, this motherfucker said he's going to stop Israel, Palestine, and Russia, Ukraine day one. The audacity. The fucking audacity. It's like, especially with like Israel, Palestine, like he could do that, okay? I'm willing to give him a little bit more liberty on the Russia, Ukraine shit because like the primary party responsible for the death and destruction here is Russia. And Russia is a foreign adversary. So like you have pressure points, but you don't have the same liberties that you do and the same power that you do with Israel. You could stop Israel day one. But he didn't do that. And Trump is fucking out here not delivering on any of this shit. And the only things he does deliver on is actually harmful. And his dick riders are just like, hell yeah, baby. He's killing it. He's awesome. He's amazing. Look at the border.
That President Donald Trump was able to achieve. One of the most impactful 6 months ever of any president. So from President Trump's perspective, he is experiencing a pace. He's experiencing a reality that is far different than the first 6 months of Trump 1.0. So President Trump's immediate reaction as someone who is making phone calls to try to end the Russian-Ukrainian war, he's trying to figure out this Jerome Powell thing. He's got agencies of governments to manage. He's turning and probably saying, why is the attention on a guy who has been dead for 6 years? That is probably what President Trump is saying.
My ADHD medicine. Called my doctor. I needed it. They said, oh, we already called that in after your doctor's visit where you get like re-upped for your things. And I'm like, okay. So call your pharmacy. Okay, I called the pharmacy. Hey, pharmacy. They said that they filled the prescription, but I never got any text saying that was ready or whatever. And they go, oh, no. Yeah, we got it, but we didn't put it in yet. So I'll put it in now. And then they put it in, and now my insurance company says, whoa, it's too soon because you had it back in June. Like, no, I didn't have it in June. June was when it should have been filled, but it wasn't actually filled. God damn it. What a pain in the ass.
Duh. We care because this is another example of class warfare, and we're sick of the elites not being held accountable.
He's going to get strong.
If Trump really felt it was no big deal and made up by Democrats, then why did he make such a big deal during his campaign about it and promise either release it at all? If it's not that big of a deal, just release it all and move on. Bro, these guys do not care.
Sorry.
Okay, that was a Hassan Abi head. No, dude, we care about this because this is another example of class warfare. No, this is the reason why I said that the brother, Republicans have no way of doing class politics. They don't understand it. Many Americans, liberals as well, don't have any understanding of class consciousness. They don't have any class politics. So they actually grab on to things like this as a signifier. It is a substitute for class consciousness. It's a substitute for class warfare. They don't understand that class warfare is being dished out every step of the way in every facet of their existence, whether it be their fucking landlord raising their rent, whether it be their boss that tells them, like, this is your salary and it's not increasing, okay? Whether it be price of groceries going up. They don't see it. They don't see that as class warfare, which it is. They only see this as class warfare. Jeffrey Epstein and all these elites get to do, like, pedophilia on fucking airplanes, on private jets, and then no one seems to care, and there's no justice ever served for these people. They see that as like a major part of this. Okay, what is this? What Hassan tweeted silently mid news coverage and acted like nothing happened. I'm crying.
Well, Johnson had a rare moment, extreme.
That's crazy. Bro, chill. Hey. Look away. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. They got you in 4K, Unc. That's crazy. What I do in my side monitor is my own business. Okay? If I see something, I say something. Also, you can't say shipper, bro. They're literally flying to Japan together. What the fuck are you talking about? At that point, it's like, that's crazy to say. Oh, I'm a shipper. I'm just noticing things. How am I a shipper for noticing that they're wearing the same fit to a 5-day Japan trip? Excuse me for seeing something and saying something. That's what they have on the MTA, on the walls of the MTA. What do they have? If you see something, say something, okay? You could stop a terror attack from taking place. And that's precisely what's going on here. It's not shipping. I'm just noticing a thing that I saw. I saw something and I said something. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Reconnecting.
You're that creepy unc telling nephew why he doesn't get together with his friend standing next to him? What? Comparing this to a potential terror attack is wild. Well, you know, it's maybe terrorizes some people's hearts and souls, okay?
Can you stop the microwave, please?
Like, because maybe they are fearful. What if it doesn't work out, for example? Okay? That's terrorizing to think of.
Okay, the microwave killed my stream.
Okay? Maybe sometimes people feel a sense of hope. Okay?
No,
maybe they feel a sense of hope in an otherwise dark world.
I might be on. Well, I'm on. I'm not on.
Forgive
Wi-Fi.
me.
Why would that?
Forgive
kill
me
the
for
stream?
having a glimmer of
that's crazy
of hope.
We lost some connection
In a world that is
because
otherwise
of
very
the
dark.
microwave.
Okay.
How bizarre.
Let's continue with the Epstein files now.
Well, I think
from
need
what
to
he wants to
unplug
see
my
as celebration of all the
backup
victories
wireless
over the last 6
dongle.
months. However,
I'll try that
now let me
later
now
on
go
after the
to
stream.
why I believe.
worry if I unplug it now, I
we-
might fuck
not
everything up.
Why I care about
Like,
this
sometimes
and why the
computers don't like it when
base
you
cares
unplug
about
that
this
shit.
so much. And then I'm going to kind of connect the dots. Remember where President Trump was at this moment in Trump 1.0. At this moment
Kira was saying
in
that she
Trump
microwaved that before, but
1.0.
I think since I
President
plugged that
Donald
in,
Trump was
I don't know,
being
a month
hunted
ago,
by Robert Mueller.
we haven't heavily microwaved
President
during
Donald
the
Trump
stream time.
basically lost his
So I think
attorney
that's
general
why,
at
for some
this
reason,
moment
he's
in
fucking
Trump
it.
1.0. He's very loyal to Pam Bondi for many reasons.
Just
one of which is that he does not want to lose
It literally
another
broke the
attorney
moment
general.
you started it, and then
He does
it
not
stopped.
want
it
to
fixed
lose
the moment you stopped it. So
another.
It definitely was a.
He does not want to lose another member of his cabinet this early on.
Dude, he has no option here. Yeah, he's small bean. Why won't you consider Trump's feelings? He'd be sad. Yeah, he has attorney general related trauma. You don't understand. This is quite distressing for Trump.
Secondly, he saw in the summer of 2017 a lot of people jump.
By the end of this Epstein process, Charlie Kirk's Vegeta-ass hairline is going to turn into Dan Bongino's hairline, non-existent. Oh, yeah, I saw this. Former NYPD head accuses Mayor Adams' police brass of criminal enterprise. Andrew Cuomo sends his regards.
Ship and aligned with the Robert Mueller thing. So President Donald Trump has, within his memory, he saw that his presidency in 2017 was largely taken from him in Trump 1.0 because a lot of people jumped aboard the Mueller bandwagon. And with that, he kind of saw so much of his momentum that he had from the election thwarted. When people demand that he fires Pam Bondi, he hears people demanding that he explode his admin, just like what happened in the first term. So a big question the base has is, why doesn't President Trump care as much as the base cares? So let me connect the two dots together. The base cares about this.
Bro, I never thought I see the day where Charlie Kirk is relegated to the position of like a hutch or like a sex pestiny trying to defend the Democratic incompetence. And only because, like, normally these guys get to have this veneer of independence from the administration because the administration is always giving things that their base wants. And now they have to just sit there and play catch up and play defense at a time when the base is directly at odds with the party. Fucking awesome. It's amazing. Of course, unlike those fucking losers, he has a direct line of communication with people in prominent positions of power. Those guys are just doing it for free 99 for funsies because they think there's a market for this.
The difference between
not as a way to hurt Donald Trump. And this is where I think I think I could be an explainer here because I think everyone's talking past each other a little bit. We do not care about the story as a way to hurt Donald Trump. In fact, it's the opposite. We love President Trump. We love what he's doing. We actually care about this story because this is a rare opportunity of a sloppy operation by the deep state. The deep state conducted itself in an overly messy, sloppy way. President Donald Trump taught us to drain the swamp. President Donald Trump taught us to want to go after the deep state. So I actually think we're all agreeing on this. President Trump wants.
It's also crazy for a grown-ass man, he's my age, or maybe a little bit younger than me, but he fucking looks a lot older, to be talking about another grown-ass man like this. President Trump taught me. President Trump taught us. He taught us to live. He taught us to love. He taught us to hate. Bro, this is another dude. Like, get his dick out of your mouth, brother. Holy fuck. Like, what is this treatment that he's getting? He's giving Trump the Jesus treatment. This is cult shit. Oh my God. He's talking about Trump like Trump taught you right and wrong. Okay, he taught you to hate the deep state elite pedophile cabal, and now he's defending it. What now? I'm so blue and on. I took 2 weeks off watching the stream and coming back to seeing how the Trump worshippers talk made me so aware of the genuinely authoritarian fascistic cult way they talk, Hitler vibes. Oh, yeah.
I mean, attacking.
It's crazy, man. Yo, I know this is off topic, but I just realized if we have elections during 2028 primary, your stream is high key going to be a coveted spot. Candidates are definitely going to want to take advantage of the Twitch streamer with the largest likely Dem primary voters. Oh, I know. I'm not looking that far into the distance right now. But I will say Zoran has fucking bricked me, okay? He's ruined me. I saw what good sex is really like. Now all the sex I'm getting doesn't feel the same. You know what I mean?
Funny.
This is an analogy. I did not have sexual relations with Zoran Mamdani. But like
Also important to do
now
for
that
his
I
audience.
now that I see like an actual candidate who is very close to my worldview in all of the most meaningful ways. Now, whenever motherfuckers come to me and they're like, "Oh, well, I'm a liberal, but I am kind of progressive," I'm like, are you though? Are you though? It is different. Yeah, good dick hits different, dude. Now I'm like, I want you to be a democratic socialist. I want you to be saying things about Israel that I'm saying. You know what I mean? Within the confines of permissibility, of course.
That's going to hurt.
That's what I'm trying to see. So when you come to me with some wishy-washy bullshit, I don't know.
Yeah. Oops.
To have a special prosecutor go after the deep state. We want to have an emphasis on Jeffrey Epstein because Jeffrey Epstein was probably an actor of the intelligence agencies. We don't know.
Oh my God, the search for liberal Joe Rogan has led the Democrats to an unlikely candidate, Jamie Harrison, their former party chair.
It's nice to hear genuine laughter come out of him every now and then.
Amazing. Yeah, that'll do it. Oh, that'll do it. That'll do it. This is the dickhead that kicked you out of the DNC? Oh, I know.
Maybe they won't be coming to him then. Well, they probably will when they notice that motherfucker's got no motion whatsoever.
AOC joins Zoran Mamdani today at the Capitol.
We're
Yeah.
in Washington, D.C., and look who I brought.
Yeah, she threw a luncheon for him.
with me this week.
Hello.
Hello, hello.
How's it going?
Hello, everyone. Good morning. We're in Washington, D.C., and look.
This might be the run. Let's see. Oh, yeah. We're kind of chilling.
Don't worry, I got it on the docket. Trump calling into One America News.
Energy.
I got it already.
Or chilling with a million.
It's on the docket, but we're going to get there.
Oh, that for certain. He could have been a fabulist, like Mike Ben said yesterday. And maybe he was kind of doing brokering, or maybe he was kind of connecting the different entities together. But understand this. When I go to college campuses, I am not proactively bringing up Epstein.
Justice Department fires SDNY federal prosecutor Maureen Comey, who played a key role in prosecuting Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, Politico. What the fuck? Hey, yo. Hey, yo. I mean,
Fires,
look,
prosecutor,
she flubbed it on the Diddy
role
shit.
in prosecuting. Okay,
But
fair.
then again, Trump literally said he would entertain pardoning Diddy.
Of course he did.
I'm just saying. Zoran method is unpatched right now. After the recent closure of 2 local grocery stores, the Worcester City or is it Worcester? City Council passed a bill last night ordering the city to study creative solutions like Zohran Mamdani's municipally owned grocery store idea. Worcester? Okay. I'll fuck with it. Dude, things are happening. Things are moving. Things are moving in an interesting direction. I like what I'm seeing. Okay? I like what I'm seeing, baby.
People are bringing Epstein to me. The reason why we are caring about this is not trying to win brownie points or not trying to make the liberals or the media care about us. To go full circle, we are caring about the Epstein story because we are afraid that if we do not lance the intelligence community bull that tried to murder him on July 13th in Butler, Pennsylvania.
He's like, bro, remember when the deep state tried to murder Trump? It's like, okay, well, I guess he's trying to not be murdered now, bitch. Because he's literally fucking defending the deep state.
Pennsylvania, that tried to take him out with Russia, then that very same deep state actor that spied on him and leaked the phone call of him between Zelensky that resulted in his first impeachment. We're worried the deep state will derail Trump. And we look at the Epstein story as a skeleton key to be able to look under the hood, dismantle and deconstruct the administrative state to protect Donald Trump from his adversaries. What do Andrea Bocelli, Steph Curry, Justin Bieber, and Tim Tebow have in common? All of their mothers were encouraged to end their pregnancies. When a woman faces an unplanned pregnancy, she is often pressured to end her child's life. She wants to make the right choice, but society and those around her are telling her that her baby is not alive. That's where the Ministry of Preborn steps in. Preborn and their network of clinics offers compassionate, loving care to mothers and the support they need to help them choose life, including a free ultrasound. Once a mother hears their child's beautiful heartbeat, she is twice as likely to choose life. If you consider yourself pro-life, it's time to join forces with Preborn. I'm a donor, and you should be too. Together, we can empower women to choose life, empower the truth of motherhood, transforms families and futures. One ultrasound is just $28, and a $140 gift will help to rescue 5 babies. When you donate monthly, you'll receive stories and pictures of lives you helped to save. What? Please dial pound 250 and say the keyword baby. That's pound 250.
I'm glad that actually I walked away for this ad because this is the most terrifying ad I've ever seen in my whole damn life. What the fuck? Aren't you excited that the Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by only you with no ad breaks whatsoever? The only thing we ask for here at the Piker Broadcasting Service is your voluntary contributions in the form of a $6 a month subscription or a free one in the form of a Twitch Prime.
Is that distant?
Now imagine a world where the Piker Broadcasting Service, also known as PBS, would actually be sponsored by preborn.com.
Ooh.
Think about that.
Easy.
Instead, the only thing that we ask for here at the Piker Broadcasting Service is your voluntary contribution. Like I said, you can also gift a sub to others, like Matt NLT just did. 20 gifted subs. That's a crazy, crazy fucking sponsorship to have. I didn't even know like companies like this existed. Okay. Yeah, we'll send you photos of fetuses, dude. If you fucking your donations to preborn.com/Charlie using the promo code BABY will get us to send you photos of fetuses. That's crazy. Anonymous, thank you for the 10 gifted. Blue Pop Ice, thank you for the 5 gifted. Once again, the Piker Broadcasting Service is for you and by you. Your voluntary donations in the form of a subscription allow the Piker Broadcasting Service to maintain its editorial independence, and it allows the Piker Broadcasting Service to be ad-free. Thank you.
Baby, or visit preborn.com/Charlie. That is preborn.com/Charlie, sponsored by Preborn. To elaborate on this a little bit further, to lance the boil that tried to impale him. President Donald Trump thinks that if someone is talking about this, they're going against him. And I can understand why he thinks that way.
921,
because in Trump 1.0, so many people jumped ship and went aboard the Mueller investigation. So many people jumped off of the Trump movement and thought that Trump was done because of Russia, Russia, Russia. And President Donald Trump clawed himself.
That's not even true. That literally did not happen. Who the fuck jumped ship? Open presents. Thank you for the 10 gifted. Just curious, what are your financial ties if you have any? Are you funded purely from subs, ads, sponsors, etc.? Genuinely wondering. What do you think? I don't even run ads. No, it's entirely a subscription-based model. What financial ties do you have? Also, if I'm a dishonest broker, why would I ever reveal that?
It is a pointless question for them.
Why would I ever fucking reveal that? Every now and then I'll do a sponsor stream from like Ubisoft or whatever, but that's it.
Why even funny? Calipers, just in case I don't have a thing going. Nice.
Everything is also public.
Skip. Okay. Keep moving. Don't.
Fair point. No, I was just wondering. It makes me like you even more. Well, I'm glad that you like me. Yeah, I've been sponsored by Marvel Rivals before too, but that's a Chinese company, so that's fair play.
Let's grab
himself out of it. He climbed himself out of it.
Yeah, I'm sponsored by Woke. That's what I'm sponsored by. I'm sponsored by Big Woke, okay? That's who sponsors my ass.
To barely be able to...
You support the capitalists at Amazon and now Ubisoft? Yes.
To survive after all of the deep state attacks. And Trump is getting wins, and we should be talking about them. The president is very fired up here also because this was all done under this, almost all of the documents and all of the reporting around this was done during James Comey. It was done back in 2007 under George W. Bush. This has been thrown upon his desk. And I'm going to defend the president here on one key thing. He does have a right to be a little bit skeptical and paranoid. And I'm going to try to translate part of the Truth Social as to what I think.
Bro, 11 minutes for like 11 minutes and he still hasn't even like gotten into the meat of it. Amazing. Fell for it again award. What is this? For the sake of women and children, Trump must win, says Seth Dillon, Babylon Bee's very own Seth Dillon. This probably wasn't the best way to handle a hoax.
Would be the best way to resonate with you. After all of the different...
Hassan, there's a rumor going on that you're sponsored by Steak in the background. Is this true?
Who the fuck?
What do you
I have to
think?
grab this. It makes them love you even more.
What do you think? Source, I made it up. I gamble my mental health in this chat every day. Me too. Yeah. Hidden sponsorship. The best, like saying I'm sponsored by Steak is like saying I'm sponsored by the Republican Party. You know what I mean? Like I'm actively antagonistic towards this supposed sponsor of mine that I've never actually even flashed the name of. The only time I even talk about it is when I'm railing against it. Yeah, sponsored by Steak. Promo code fuck Hassan to get your first $100 in cryptocurrencies free.
Ways they've tried to take out President Trump.
I'll probably turn that into an actual.
He's
promo
saying,
code now.
guys, they could have put a stink bomb in the quote unquote files that will make.
Oh my God, brother, what the fuck? Oh yeah, Trump is just really scared because he's been hurt before by the deep state. So he's
what they've probably seen is just clips of Hassan with the steak logo in the bottom left corner because people on Twitter do that, where they just throw that logo on shit, and then they re-upload clips of all kinds of shit.
With Jeffrey Epstein,
Or it could be even like an Asmongold clip of them reacting to Hassan,
is even
and
more meaningful.
they only see it in passing by, or they're not really paying enough mental attention to it, and then somehow keep that on their back of their head. And then they somehow show up in this chat with 40,000 people, and then they slightly think that. So
on the other side, this is what
there's
I'm
a
telling
realm
the
of
president.
possibility where that's not entirely disingenuous, but generally it's
The base cares about this, not to get you. The base cares about this, not to try to take you out. The base cares about this because they have your back. The base cares about this because they have your best interests at heart. The base cares about this because
I love that he writes this stuff down and he has to like glance down to read it. It's just, it adds to the dishonesty, like the overarching dishonesty of his commentary. Like, and also this is him, bro. This could have been a text message to Donald Trump. This could be a phone call to Donald Trump. Like, you're saying this to him. So why don't you just say this to him in private?
Because we are defending you. And it's not so much about that we care about the person of Jeffrey Epstein. We do care about the victims. But it's not so much that the person of Jeffrey Epstein is a hyper focus. Instead, it is not the person of Jeffrey Epstein, which the president, he's communicating here as if we are obsessed with the creep, the pervert, and the evil, demonic, satanic activity of Jeffrey Epstein. No. We are actually interested in who was he an agent of? Were the same people that were behind Butler, Pennsylvania, the same people that were behind the Russia hoax, were they also the ones that were pulling the strings of Jeffrey Epstein? The same people that were around COVID? We think these are the same actors. But first, here's the breaking, promising news. John Solomon, 352.
You did inform him that they're thinking about appointing a special counsel on this to take over this entire investigation.
Yeah, and he said, I think it's a good approach. Let's just do it. Let's get the trust of the American people. Let's get accountability, and then let's focus on the things that matter.
So he's on board with the situation of getting a special prosecutor and having the Epstein situation put into that, so that can be formally looked
anything
at.
Legitimate that should be looked at.
And really in a criminal context.
He volunteered it, by the way, Steve. You know, I ask about the special, but he immediately volunteers, and then I follow up on it. But he immediately brings up Epstein. Like, just throw that in. Let's get it all answered. I got nothing to hide. I want truth, and I want prosecutions, and I just want the justice system to take care of what needs to be taken care of. It was really a remarkable moment.
It's a phenomenal clip, and I would say Ed Martin as the deep state prosecutor would be a perfect person. Throw Epstein in there, throw the 2020 election there. Why does that matter? And this is why I think we're actually more in agreement than the back and forth here.
How do you think Trump's going to get away with it this time? He's not. I don't think he's going to get away with this. I think he's just going to like do some crazy shit to try to get people not to pay attention to it. But he like the more they move in
this is the awakened one. He likes it when I cast powers, but I'm pretty sure I need to cast a couple of powers I have to
fired
cast.
Maureen Comey, who was the key prosecutor in the Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell cases. Like everything that they're doing is just like making people more invested in this. It's crazy. Every step the Trump administration
Probably not this one.
has taken.
And I want to try to save this for when he dies. That way I can clear his strength.
On the Epstein issue so far makes them look more suspicious. If you were sponsored by your haters, you would have Jeff Bezos, Money Hassan. Yeah. Once people know you are the Sith, there is no pretending to be the Jedi. You cannot hide this kind of evil. That's crazy. Breaking news today, the DOJ fired Maureen Comey from the United States Attorney Office in the Southern District of New York. She's the daughter of the former disgraced FBI Director James Comey. This comes 2 months after my pressure campaign on Pam Bondi to fire Comey's daughter and Comey's son-in-law from the DOJ. Maureen Comey's husband is Lucas Isaac Haroff. As I previously reported, he works with the current Trump DOJ despite a long history of being a Trump hater. He is the assistant U.S. attorney in SDNY, working the civil division since 2019. No word yet on whether or not he was also fired today, but he should be. +1 for Blondie today.
Next turn should be good.
Who is Laura Loomer and why does she have this kind of leverage? She may or may not have sucked Trump's ugly penis. At least judging by the way that Donald Trump talks about Laura Loomer, she's a fiery person. She's a fire. She's a free spirit. She's a free spirit. Laura does what Laura will. Laura Loomer, my queen. She's a free spirit. How do you know it's ugly? Come on, dude. Does Trump resemble the type of person that has a nice looking penis? Does anything about the way he carries himself give you the vibes of a man with a nice looking penis?
The reason the base cares about this, again, is because we believe Epstein was an agent of the people that tried to kill Trump and try to destroy Trump's first term. President Trump thinks, though, the people caring about Epstein are part of the people that have been trying to ruin him prior. That's where I think we're actually more in harmony here. And I'm not just saying this as, trying to cope or run cover. Because President
it's just a simple misunderstanding when he said everyone that cares about this is stupid. It was just a misunderstanding. Oh, I got it. My bad, Charlie. Thanks, man. This will surely work. This will surely work. Except, no, the fuck it won't, dumbass.
Donald Trump is obviously okay with appointing a special prosecutor. Simultaneously, he's fired up about people. He thinks that some people are trying to use this to hurt him. We're trying to use this to save him. Not save him, but to try to protect him. I don't want to say save him, but maybe save him from another deep state coup attempt. So President Donald Trump is in a active posture right now. He is in a place of where he is looking for threats on the horizon. Who can blame him? Play cut 353.
Operated the auto pen, had a policy, which is, by the way, I think the biggest scandal. That's the scandal they should be talking about, not Jeffrey Epstein.
Will you ask Attorney General Pam Bondi to release more documents to finally put this controversy to bed?
Yeah, whatever's credible, she can release. If a document is credible, if a document's there that is credible, she can release. I think it's good. But it's just a subject. He's dead. He's gone. And
he's dead.
All it is the certain Republicans got duped by the Democrats, and they're following a Democrat playbook. And no different than Russia, and all the other hoaxes. They're started by the Democrats, and some Republicans, in this case, I was surprised, but they got duped.
Okay, I think he's talking about people on Capitol Hill. He might be talking about Speaker Johnson here that are calling for special investigation or Ghislaine Maxwell, something like that. But we're all talking about the same thing in different ways. Knowing this from privately and public conversations, this is not that hard of a code to crack. The president says, "Why are you so focused on the person of Epstein? We're doing all this amazing stuff. This guy's a creep. I kicked him out of my club. I don't know. Why are you so fired up about this?" Where our counter is, we're actually
they always seem like they're talking from the back foot.
Jeffrey Epstein. We're not.
Everyone can tell. Even their sycophants can tell.
Why do you keep saying that? No, we are interested. What the fuck? Like, why does he keep saying, like, we're not that interested in the Jeffrey Epstein, the person? It's like, why does he keep angling it like that? It's weird. No, man, people are interested in what he did and who he did it with. Like, yeah, no, that's precisely what people want to know. Oh my God.
Interesting in, was he a representative of the shadow government? We all want to focus on the president's big wins happening right now, on things that matter for all 340 million Americans. And he's doing an awesome job of that. And he is. And
he's so big and
the
sexy.
emphasis is not, oh, it's all about the person of Jeffrey Epstein. The reason why the grassroots is mad, and the reason why you guys are fired up about this, and the reason why you guys are emailing me, freedom@charliekirk.com, is you say, no, Mr. President, this guy is a way, it is a skeleton key. It's a chance for us to look under the hood. It's a chance for us to say, whoop, this is the thread.
Oh, that's what happened. I was like, what?
Thank you. The deep state made a mistake. They were sloppy. They were messy. How did Epstein die? Where did he get his financing from? Was he a representative of a foreign government? Everything.
Which foreign government would that be, Charlie? Yeah. Charlie, remember, is broaching on big no-no territory here. Okay? Even making inferences to Jeffrey Epstein being an agent of a foreign government, which is, of course, we all know which government that is. They're not talking about Zimbabwe, okay? They're talking about fucking Israel, dog. That's what they're talking about, okay? And that is a major no-no for any Republican.
I think I should have taken those.
Even NPR calls the Mossad theory anti-Semitic law. Exactly. NPR is like, guys, the multiple former prime ministers of Israel were hanging out with Jeffrey Epstein because they love his vibes, okay? Please don't say that there was any involvement with intelligence. It was because of the vibes alone. What are you saying? They just really loved he was incredible company at cocktail hour.
We look at Epstein as an introductory story to all of the other elements that tried to take you out. It's not that we are obsessed with some people are online, they're like very into like who Epstein was personally. There's been plenty of documentaries about that. That's not what is animating this. That's not what's firing a lot of people up in this audience. Don't get too fired up about the Truth Social and President Trump ranting and venting about this. And let me tell you why. It's that President Donald Trump went through an entire first term. He went through an entire term where people were constantly turning on him for fake stuff. Constantly turning on him.
Yeah, plenty of.
I mean, he didn't always hang out with the rich and powerful on account of the pedophilia. Real question. Yet. No, I don't. Didn't he always hang out with the rich and powerful on the account of pedophilia? Real question. No, he wasn't like literally doing pedophilia every time there was like a rich and powerful person around him. Okay. I'm like, I don't think that. And I don't think every single person, because he had adult victims that he trafficked as well. My point is we want evidence as to what the involvement was with all of these other people who definitely did engage in illicit behavior. Especially considering that many of them were openly hanging out with him after he had already been arrested for sex trafficking of minors one time. And went to prison for sex trafficking of minors. So especially the people that hung out with him after, before and after being the most significant part of this. Like post early 2000s when he goes to jail with a sweetheart plea deal, the people that still hung out with him after that happened, they clearly
close to doing his.
There's got to be a level of like awareness there.
All his bullshit.
And so he says, wait a second, like, he basically thinking, he knew Jeffrey Epstein. He got in a big fight with Jeffrey Epstein. He kicked him out of his club. He's mistrustful of all of these different elements here. At the same time, the message that I want the president to hear, both privately and publicly, is that you and the grassroots, the emphasis and the focus on this is, partly because of all the kind of back and forth of, is it up, is it down? Also, PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder, I guess you could call it.
He's so woke. He's saying Trump's got PTSD.
But I think part of this is just a messaging misunderstanding. And again, emails are flooded.
Oh my God. Who's he talking to? At first, I thought this was a message to Trump. Now I'm thinking this is just a message to himself. Like, he just keeps reiterating it over and over and over again. He just keeps repeating this over and over again because he wants to believe the lies that he is telling.
In right now, supportive of the way that we are articulating it.
And block.
Yeah, and right, dude. No shot.
That's where John Solomon says we're going to get a special prosecutor on this. I think it's phenomenal. What I'm going to say to the president, if I see him soon or if we talk on the phone, or I'll say this the same thing on the show. There's no private agenda here. Is that, Mr. President, the emphasis on Epstein is truly the best intentions of your most loyal followers. Where we're not trying to score points with the CNNs or the New York Times.
Retain.
It's truly because we care about you. It's because we want what's best for the presidency. And one of the core campaign promises that I know.
I hope this is a real wake-up call for at least some of the Republicans that, the people that they thought were independent actors are very clearly not.
17 times 3 is a lot.
Charlie and many others actually realize this. That's why they're trying to play this wishy-washy both sides narrative where it's oh, well, President Trump, when he called you stupid, he didn't mean it. These guys only care about proximity to power. That's it. They don't care about your wishes. They don't care about your interests. They've lied to you about every single thing up until this moment. And hopefully this division for many of the right-wingers will be a moment of awareness.
All right, Act 4. I've been here a couple of times. Let's see if we can finally fucking beat
in such an obvious way. What else have they lied to you about is a question you should be asking yourself. If you're a right-winger and you're watching me right now and you're like, oh, I hate this fucking commie bastard, this piece of shit, whatever, normally I got a brave truth teller that I lean on. And these guys seemingly, maybe they fucked up a little bit here. Implying Republicans have any capacity for any self-awareness, I mean, it doesn't matter. I'm not going to fucking discourage people from seeking out the truth, especially considering that there are plenty of former Republicans in this chat. This community is comprised of many people that did not agree with me initially. My position in American politics is unfortunately very unique. Okay? It's not a position that you get to hear, especially without any sort of severe limitations or any sort of negative lens. The things that I believe, I think, if people watched and listened to charitably, many more would be in agreement with. There are a lot of people who probably came in here and were initially Republicans or even the alt-right, and have slowly but surely chipped away at that kind of that worldview that they previously had.
Just random skills. That could be decent, I guess. My potions, this is not huge. Maybe I want this instead.
See, I was a Hate Watch review. Now I don't even know how long I've been subbed. 36 months.
This might actually be really good.
36 months subscriber.
This. Oh, we can't afford that too. Duh.
But don't you think the left would have done the same like we saw earlier? It doesn't matter who's in power. They all lie, apparently. Yeah, no shit.
Get rid of.
My point is, first of all, they're not the left. That's the Democratic Party. This is a totally separate thing from the left. If you want to see a figure that is representative of actual leftist politics, look at the way the Democrats have been treating him so far. Zohran Mamdani is a great example of a person who is a leftist. there are people who have historically been on the left who have also been forced to capitulate, forced to concede, forced to basically play the role of a shepherd for the Democratic Party as well from time to time.
Why never turn this on? Silly Billy.
If all Charlie Kirk cares about is proximity to power, why doesn't he appease Dems when they're in power? What do you mean? His entire fucking... Wait, what? No, his entire livelihood is about keeping the Republicans in power. Proximity to power on the Republican side. He is, in a way, no different than like...
Huge.
Let me think. Like, who is the equivalent of the Democratic Party? Like an MSNBC commentary person. You know what I mean? Like, or like a Jake Tapper almost. At CNN, a Van Jones at CNN. Like Van Jones is not going to fucking suck up to the Republicans.
I have no attacks. I can't
right?
face that person.
Or a Matt Iglesias is not going to suck up to the Republicans, at least now. But they will do the sucking to the Democrats. Like they've picked a side. And they're a loyal servant of said side. And they will very rarely separate themselves from that side. The independent media version for the Democratic Party of this is like a Harry Sasson or an Olivia Giuliana or people like that, or Hutch, even though they're not even like directly related to the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party doesn't want anything to do with them because they're more old school than the Republicans are. Republicans do rely on like independent media as an ecosystem, as opposed to the Democrats that haven't until this election cycle, and now they're going to probably try to find a bunch of people who are on board and loyal servants. Yeah, look, this is what I mean. Look,
I'm done.
Here is a Democrat hatchet man. Okay, Van Jones, a servant of the elite. This is his role. His role is to basically defend Israel. His role is to defend the billionaires. His role is to shit on the real left. Okay, look, let's hear.
It would do a lot better if you clean up some of the anti-Jewish stuff that he said, or anti-Israel stuff that he said. He's got to get away from globalizing Intifada and stuff like that that's scaring the crap out of the Jewish community in New York. But if he can clean some of that sort of stuff up, he's got a real clear shot. And I think the other thing,
like, it's so funny to say this when Zohran Mamdani won a resounding victory.
Like, I made a TikTok about it, how the media will constantly just keep fear-mongering on a miscommunication. And this is not a miscommunication similar to how when I was young, I would say gay as a pejorative and not understand what it meant to other people.
This is the time when he's not supposed to listen to you at all.
Because Intifada does not mean like a jihad. Intifada just means the struggle, the global struggle. Like literally in the fucking international song, they talk about the struggle carries on and, fighting for global fucking.
So why should you turn around and just be like, oh yeah, this is.
Oh my God, I'm so stupid. Fighting for global
he didn't
socialism. Is a long fight, but for the Arab people, the struggle would be literally being fucking bombed to death. And even if that wasn't where it originally became a part of, like, but then he even is being super polite and says, like, you know what, even though it means something different to me, I understand it. I won't use that words like that, because I don't want to give anyone any trouble.
Residents of Sandpoint, Alaska, have been ordered to evacuate immediately. The National Weather Service and U.S.
Definitely need that.
Warning Center have issued an urgent alert for all low-lying areas.
And
if you're in the area near Sandpoint, get to higher ground now.
Preload that shit. All right, 5 cards.
If you can't evacuate, shelter in the upper floors of a sturdy building. Do not wait. Do not return. A tsunami is coming. Time is running out. Wait, someone said the tsunami warning has been canceled? Okay.
Not bad.
Never mind. The tsunami advisory is canceled. Some areas may see small sea level changes from Kennedy entrance to Unimac Pass. That was quick. Downgraded to tsunami advisory.
Not worth spending this now.
Well, we did it.
Okay.
We did it. I saved Alaska.
My hero. 50-50 shot. Hell yeah.
Probably better safe than sorry. I wouldn't stay. But, you know, to each their own, I guess.
Still have a week on there.
The NWS has been on a hot streak of saving people from water-related extreme weather as of late. Not really. Yeah.
I need 45 block. Here we just do this. Drinking.
We will be talking about Zohran Mamdani in a second. Hold on. There's a couple things that I want to.
Let's talk. Look at the keep our.
There's a couple things related to
throw it
Epstein that I want to finish off. I mean, look, Charlie is just polishing this shit off. You know what I mean? Two establishment Dem Titans going at it. I know we got Harry Sasson. Don't worry. We got Harry Sasson, Biden scandal, Gen Z Democrats. Do not worry. We'll be covering that, obviously. I already covered this. The DOJ has fired the Jeffrey Epstein prosecutor. I already mentioned that. Mike Flynn put out an open letter to the Trump administration, QAnon's very own. I'm going to skip that.
Now.
But here, an unlikely ally has joined the battle. Let's take a look.
Although we will have one extra.
Like more of what you oppose, that they're covering for the powerful. Now, by the way, I don't believe that that's what this administration is doing. Certainly not to cover for Trump. Those pictures online of him with Epstein and the young girl and the hand, it's fake. I can't show you the picture, and I shouldn't show it to you because it's just going to keep the fakery going. He knew Epstein. He liked Epstein. He partied with Epstein. But he also knew that he was a creep, and he took some private action against him. And I've never seen proof that ties Trump to any of the ugly, disgusting, illegal, and lascivious behavior that Epstein loved.
Dude, it's really funny. Now that his brother got
715, that's a lot of damage
by the voting base of the Democratic Party in the primaries for New York mayor, he's just lost his mind. He already had lost his mind. He already lost his career, hitching his wagon to his brother. Now he's stuck on News Nation. And now he's just like trying to reinvent himself.
We can draw 5
It's awesome. It's great.
So I actually find Trump's position on Epstein to be pretty reasonable for him. And now
here's Mick Mulvaney.
You said the Jeffrey Epstein scandal would have no political impact at all on Trump's election chances. And you were right about that. It didn't. But it's certainly impacting his presidency. It's divided the MAGA base. Many conservatives are furious with him and his administration. Trump, of course, is a former close friend of Epstein's. They're furious at him for not releasing the Epstein files as he promised he would. Is it because, as Elon Musk has said, Donald Trump is in the Epstein files?
No, absolutely not. He's in the files. A lot of people in the files. This is if there was something in the files that was particularly damning about Donald Trump, the files would have been released by the Biden administration.
So take 77 and take 15 times 5.
No, that's not true. There ain't no fucking way that would happen, actually. There ain't no fucking way that would happen. And the reason why that wouldn't happen is for 2 reasons. One, because there's plenty of fucking prominent liberals that they don't want to let go of that are in them. Okay? Yo, Hasanabi, you know everything, right? I mean, on this issue, I know as much as you can fucking know. Guilty by association? Really? Really? You're trying to do this shit? Really? Right now? That's crazy, man. For years and years, I've talked about fucking Bill and Hillary Clinton being involved with the Epsteins and how fucked up this is and how the Democrats are actually... I'm literally in the process of describing to you why the Democrats haven't released this information when they were in charge. I'm not the partisan here. You are, motherfucker.
Use the bathroom real quick.
Not if it was damning about Bill Clinton as well. Not if it was damning about.
Can I please just okay.
Yeah, that's the reason. It's because there's shit about the Clintons in there and many other Democrats as well. And also, even if there wasn't shit about Bill Clinton and many other Democrats in there, there are obviously a shit ton of like liberal boosters, liberal donors in there that are directly involved with Jeffrey Epstein. Ones that we do know of, just like we know of the Republicans that are involved, like Alan Dershowitz. And liberals are exactly the type of people that would never release this because they believe in the infallibility of institutions and they think that this would be like too disruptive. If the Trump administration thinks it's too disruptive, then any liberal administration would be far too fucking careful, far too scared to actually reveal any of this information. If it had any ties to Israel, for example, they would never do it. And I say this as someone who didn't think Trump was going to reveal this information either.
If it was really damning about Donald Trump, they would have released at least that part. My guess is, and it's an educated guess.
Yeah, you could say the same about Democrats now. If it was really damning about the Democrats, Trump would release that part. Why is he not releasing it? Because it's the same thing. Mutually assured pedophilia. Mutually assured destruction of pedophilia, okay? It's the mad principle, but for pedophiles. It's the mad principle for illicit sex trafficking. That's it.
Is that it's particularly damning of very important people on both sides of the political aisle, which is why Trump doesn't want to release it and why Biden didn't release it either. If it was just about Trump, it would have come out.
You were the chief of staff when Epstein apparently died by suicide
Was I?
in prison.
Yeah,
you were.
yeah,
Yeah, we
I think
checked.
so, yeah.
Trump at the time baselessly suggested that Bill Clinton might have killed him, as he does.
Baselessly? Okay.
You think Bill Clinton might have killed him? Okay. Just checking. I don't know how.
Is Bill Clinton on the list?
I mean, you were chief of staff at the time. You didn't come out and correct him, so maybe you do share that insane view.
Not my job.
That literally is your job as chief of staff.
No.
You just said earlier the chief of staff controls information coming to Donald Trump.
That's crazy.
Who told him that Bill Clinton killed him? It's not the job of the chief of staff to correct the president of the United States. And as between who knows the job of the chief of staff, you know a lot about a lot. You don't know a lot about.
But you just told me the definition was to protect Donald Trump. So you failed.
The job of the president of the United States is to make sure he gets good information.
And he failed because someone told him that Bill Clinton killed Jeffrey Epstein, and you didn't protect him from that.
Did they tell him?
Yeah, he retweeted a post saying that Bill Clinton could have killed him.
So again,
I mean. You're saying you didn't see any of the video stuff. You weren't involved. This doesn't rise to the level of chief of staff for the White House.
Firing
and
this
you're
guy.
Confidently saying that Elon Musk is wrong and his name's not in the files.
They did it because of Israel.
No, I absolutely didn't. In fact, I think if you go back and look at the tape, I said I imagine that Donald Trump's name is in the file someplace. There's photographs of them together. Okay. So if there's a file someplace, which I assume there is,
Trump says his name is not in anything. So he's lying.
I could imagine. Why there'd be photographs of him?
But he said it's not him.
I have no idea.
That wasn't me. I don't know him. Even though I wish Ghislaine well, I said, I wish her well. Her boyfriend was killed or maybe committed suicide. She's having a hard time right now.
I have to imagine his name is on the list someplace. He was a member at Mar-a-Lago. By the way, Trump kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago for being too weird. True story.
I mean, he also said he's a terrific guy who likes younger women. So.
He wishes everybody well. That's Trump. He's just a well-wishing guy.
Jeffries knew.
Oh, here is...
this is how disingenuous that comment was.
What is happening with fucking Twitter today?
See how many runs I had to do.
Here's Bill O'Reilly.
Disingenuous.
Also on News Nation.
16.
News Nation is just really popping off with this stuff. If you can't go anywhere on television, you can go on News Nation to defend Trump. And also how he was not connected to Jeffrey Epstein, and there's nothing to see here.
Run number?
Julie K. Brown. Fact, Epstein was arrested in 2019. Merrick Garland was not the attorney general. Biden was not president. Trump was president. Bill Barr became attorney general that year. Trump then forced the U.S. attorney who brought the criminal case against Epstein to resign.
Disingenuous that comment was, and this is what infuriates me about these people. Jeffries knew the Biden administration had exactly the same thing the Trump administration has on Epstein. Exactly. Right. Because Epstein was convicted during the Biden administration. Not one time.
Wrong. Trump administration.
Did Hakeem Jeffrey call for any exposition
It's like
of what the
70
Biden.
runs.
Hakeem Jeffries was not even a part of the. I don't even think he was a part of the Democratic Party.
I learned a lot.
Congressional representative at the time of his arrest, not to defend Hakeem Jeffries. Yeah. He was arrested in 2019. Merrick Garland was not the attorney general, and Biden was not the president.
Justice Department knew. Not once.
Look, he's looking at the information. He's like, that's not correct.
So this guy's a top phoney, okay? He's a political player. He doesn't care about the truth.
Wait,
he doesn't care about the people.
Hold on. Bill.
This is what
hold on.
he
I
does.
just got. Hold on, Bill. Hold on. You said Epstein was convicted during the Biden administration. Epstein committed suicide during the Trump administration.
Yeah, so?
How is he convicted? How do you convict a guy who's dead?
Epstein was convicted in, I believe, okay, under Merrick Garland's Justice Department. That could be. Am I wrong on that?
This guy used to be the #1 Fox News political commentator, Chad. You don't understand. Some of you old heads know this because he bricked your parents' brains.
Oh, he fucked my dad up. My dad liked to watch him because he had no spin. That's why his show was called the No Spin Zone. He liked him because there was no spin, which is just insane to say out loud. I mean, like, we thought he was. You can kind of assume that he's joking, but he wasn't. He was being serious. I guess he just took the title literally, or just let it slowly overtake him. He's like, I don't agree with everything he says, but I agree with everything he says. He would disagree on like some like fundamental value, but then agree with everything he says. Or not fundamental, some like non-fundamental value, some like small nuance layer that just didn't ultimately matter, some optic level or something. I wanted to make my chat thing for how to fix the U-block, so I wanted to make that command real quick.
Contract, basically, especially for their top talent. And look at him now.
Command? Add?
I mean, he's got kills. He's got direct kills. Okay? We talk about stochastic terrorism now. He has direct kills. He singled out...
Add an action.
Tiller. What's his name? George Tiller. A doctor.
Send message to channel.
He kept calling him Tiller, the baby killer, every fucking night. And then one of his freak ass fucking fans killed him for doing abortions.
We add a trigger.
Like that's how much of a fucking powerful propagandist this man was.
Triggers call.
Never forget falafel fucker. He
command is exclamation mark.
loofah. There was some shit about the loofahs too. Remember when Bill O'Reilly's sex with some lady were leaked and he said he wanted to rub falafel on her pussy?
Chrome.
Have sex with Macros in the shower. So anyway, I'd be rubbing your big boobs and getting your nipples really hard, kind of kissing your neck from behind. Then I would take the other hand with the falafel thing, which is a loofah,
block,
and I'd put it on your pussy. But you have to do it really light.
Well,
just
I'll
kind
tell
of
you how to
tease
fix
business.
Wait.
Yeah,
they don't have
he forgot
VO.
the word loofah because he was so horny, so he said falafel.
That makes sense. I'll just put in ZZ.
Wow, what a fall from grace.
Uh-oh.
I don't think so. And then he was incarcerated, and then he committed suicide. Okay. The suicide thing is bull. I know the New York coroner's office very, very well. There's no way those people in there put a phony report about a suicide. No.
Oh, my God.
Way. Impossible. And it's not hard to ascertain whether you committed
Bill,
suicide or
I think this is
murdered
important. Bill, I think this is important.
He's like, I know the coroner's office really well. Bitch, you didn't even know what time frame Jeffrey Epstein was convicted.
He was arrested in 2019, and he committed suicide in 2019. He died August 10th of 2019.
So whatever.
The Biden administration was not involved in a conviction or a trial of him. They were of his madam, of Ghislaine Maxwell.
Okay. And that's a good point of clarification. But he was arrested and indicted under Merrick Garland.
No, under Trump.
Who had all of the information.
Epstein was arrested, indicted, and committed suicide under Trump in 2019. Trump was president. Merrick Garland was not the attorney general.
Oh, he's so fucking old. Oh, get fucked. Get fucked, Bill O'Reilly.
His voice is all like decrepit,
you embarrassing charlatan. The only problem
Well,
with
now I got
this
nothing.
kind is that like he kind of doesn't even realize he's washed. But I hope he has at least enough mental fortitude to recognize that it's over for him.
Okay, I stand corrected.
Oh, please don't cut it off
Bill
there.
O'Reilly.
I want to see the rest of it.
Piece of shit. All right. Oh,
Where do you
here's the
think?
last,
What are
here's
the
the
things?
last update. Trump called into one.
And that's why he's not around anymore, because someone else would be like, nah, you're a fucking liar. Deny. You think Michael Pillow would have done that shit? Do you think fucking Alex Jones would take that sitting down? Hell no.
Oh, wait, and Real America Voice. Sorry, not One American News Network. Real America Voice. So I remember from the first Trump presidency when he's like really down and out, he would call in and do these phone conversation. He would do these like phone conversation media hits. Oftentimes in the morning, like he would call into the morning show on Fox News when he was like really desperate. Okay. When there was like a narrative that he was trying to get ahead of and he was trying to be everywhere all at once. And it seems like he's doing that right now. And the reason why he's going directly to Real America's Voice is because like this is, one of the more conspiratorial outlets out there. So he's just trying to fucking get ahead of the narrative in the conspiracy slots.
The Jeffrey Epstein hoax also, because that's the same stuff. That's all put out by Democrats.
Yeah.
And, some of the naive Republicans fall right into line like they always do. They just don't have the...
And if it, like, he can't do this with like, he could probably do this with like Charlie Kirk, but I don't think he could do this with like Alex Jones right now. Because like, obviously the outlets are excited to have him. They're excited to have the president call in, right? This gives them a big boost. But there are most of those independent outlets that he could go to, the conspiracy outlets that he could go to, would probably ask a couple questions that would maybe make the situation worse for him. So he's not going to do that right now. Yeah, he's trying to corral the hog, so he's going to fucking Real America's Voice.
They don't have the sustainability. They don't have there's something. They don't have that stick to it of like glue. The Democrats, they have bad policy. They have bad candidates. They have bad everything. But they stick together. The Republicans don't do that. But they ought to look into
the opposite, dude. What are you
Jeffrey
talking
Epstein
about?
hoax, too, because that's another hoax.
Yeah, he keeps saying hoax, but he doesn't explain what the hoax is, by the way, which is really funny.
That's frankly put out by the pushing the Republicans and put out by the Democrats.
No, they definitely set the Republicans up.
The Republicans have the most coalescing and like
Well, I think it's in the case
team
of Epstein,
togetherness.
looked at it,
Like,
and
yeah,
they're looking
some
at
people
it.
really hate January 6th, and some people really, 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 really support it, even though they go against my every meaning. But you know what? We're still allies against those goddamn Democrats, When progressives have like a deep disagreement with how, the Biden administration is dealing with the genocide that they're creating, it's like, we can't condone this. We will work against you to change this. Other Republicans are like, well, whatever. Fundamentally destroying democracy by their own understanding of it. Well, you're still a Democrat, or you're still a Republican, so we're still friends.
James Patterson gets paid to do a #1 bestseller, and the thing turned out to be a total scam. So, frankly, I think I love that they're looking at all this stuff. If they are, I hope they are.
Yeah, we've definitely confirmed it. They definitely are.
Mr. President, this is something that could give the American people answers on 3 different elections: 2016, 2020, and 2024. But to get that rolling, there are 2 sets of documents that are key to identifying possible conspiracy, but a grand jury can't see them unless you declassify them. Would you declassify the classified annex in the Hillary Clinton email case, as Senator Grassley has been asking?
Well, I would do that. Absolutely. I think it should be looked at. The whole thing was a scam.
And I would do that.
Here's something that we can.
And there's one other one I want to mention.
Here's something that we can declassify for you.
Clinton plan intelligence, the intercept where
See, I did
Hillary
it.
Clinton approves hanging that Russian shingle on your campaign house. That's another one that hasn't yet been declassified. Was that another one you'd consider declassifying?
I would declassify it. Yeah. Why?
This is why
Why
we went
not?
on here, so they could talk about like all the other conspiracies to fucking cast a cloud of dispersion. Didn't Alan Dulles start the blackmail honeypot CIA operations? Like, there's so much evidence at this point. It's insane to call this a conspiracy theory at this point. Yes. He said so much of what they put in was fake with me. Oh, that's what he's saying is fake.
The Steele dossier was a total. I think it's in the case of Epstein, they've already looked at it, and they are looking at it, and I think all they have to do is put out anything credible. But, you know, that was run by the Biden administration for 4 years. I can imagine what they put into files, just like they did with the others. I mean, the Steele dossier was a total fake.
Right.
It took 2 years to figure that out for the people. And all of the things that you mentioned were fake.
Yeah.
So I would imagine if they were run by Chris Wray and they were run by Comey, and because it was actually even before that administration, they've been running these files. And so much of the things that we found were fake with me, but especially you look at that Steele.
Oh, yeah, he's saying the things that are related to me, they're fake. Yeah, all the stuff that are about me, the things that are about me in the files is fake. Okay, well, that's enough confirmation that, like, now we know why. Now we know why he doesn't want to release the files, you know? All right, big dog.
You know, because there was a...
Some Republicans break with the White House on Epstein files. Just release the damn files, Tom Tillis says.
Maybe somebody was wrong. Maybe they were embellished a little bit about what was in the contents of the file. Apologize for it. Get this off the table. It's sucking up too much oxygen. And we all deserve that. We all should know.
Let's go to Sahil Kapoor live for us on Capitol Hill. Okay, Sahil, so the president wants Republicans to basically move on. He's making that really clear, even by putting himself at arm's length from some of his own core supporters inside the MAGA movement. He wants them to move on.
One of the funniest things that has taken place is that Tom Tillis got so many fucking death threats from Deborahs and the Barbaras that he quite literally, one, tried to tank Trump's bill, failed to do so, but he still voted against it, and is now retiring. So when someone tells you, oh, your voice doesn't matter, okay, it turns out it absolutely fucking does, especially if that voice is a voice of a Deborah or a Barbara, okay? If it's the voice of a Hank who has the raspy voice of like a 65-year-old veteran, okay? It turns out when you're getting a flood of death threats from people who are so oblivious and so perfectly confident in their position that they are revealing what their home address is while issuing an active death threat to a fucking sitting congressperson. Turns out that does have an impact.
Will they?
That has not been happening so far, to put it mildly, Hallie. This issue is getting sustained attention in MAGA world from conservative influencers and in the so-called manosphere, podcasters who have a high volume of listeners and who supported Donald Trump in the last election. It's being met there with a mix of disapproval, criticism, even mockery in some cases. Now, Trump is usually good at redirecting attention when he comes under fire, tending to, pin the blame elsewhere. Let's take a look at what he's saying this time around.
It's all been a big hoax. It's perpetrated by the Democrats, and some stupid Republicans and foolish Republicans fall into the net.
Now, this claim, Hallie, is not landing well with Trump's own base. Many of them are emotionally invested in this idea that Trump, if elected, would expose a giant conspiracy surrounding the Epstein files. And his campaign did fuel that perception. These these voters are not ready to let that go at this point. Now, they tried first doing what, is part of the MAGA playbook. When this sort of thing happens in the administration, they found someone else to blame. They tried blaming AG Pam Bondi. Then Trump came out with his guys and gals social media post defending Bondi, which made clear that she was ultimately acting on his behalf. One thing we're seeing now on Capitol Hill, a new effort by Congressman Tom Massey, who has had a frosty relationship, let's say, with Donald Trump, saying he's introducing a discharge petition to force the issue of the release of the Epstein files. He says, quote, "We all deserve to know what's in the Epstein files, who's implicated, and how deep this corruption goes. Americans were promised justice and transparency," unquote. What does this mean? It's essentially a way to get around House Republican leadership and force this to a vote. You need a majority of the House, so only a handful of Republicans if all Democrats end up supporting it. He already has at least one Republican co-sponsor to sign the discharge petition. That is Marjorie Taylor Greene, a staunch ally in almost every other case of Donald Trump, siding with Tom Massey in opposition effectively to the administration's position here, Hallie.
Sorry.
So we're watching that on Capitol Hill, and then in sort of the political ecosystem, if you will, there's this question of when the president
I thought the same thing.
MAGA supporters, some of them at arm's length, how do they respond, right? Like,
Yeah, the trade deficit thing, it's insane. It's so silly. We're ripping them off by exploiting their labor and natural resources. It used to be a pretty sweet deal we had up until it's all gone. I wonder how long it'll take for Americans to understand, like, the tariffs are, again, because after the 90-day pause, they're coming back again, which is going to increase the costs of all those things that we don't produce and the things that we want, all to get our US dollar currency in exchange for all of that labor and resources. And they might go, you know what? We don't want these dollars anymore. We'll take the Chinese yuan instead. And then, oops, it's all gone. Now we're just like another country like Poland or something.
Release this shit, like, or there's nothing in it, nothing to see here. That's because Trump told her to say that.
Yeah. Abolish private capital.
So what?
That sounds like you
Attorney
have a
General?
deeper understanding of
Already
certain
difficult
layers of economics and things
to pass through this
than I
Congress,
do.
especially now.
I've only
There's a lot of
recently
attention
started
on
learning
this.
about the modern monetary theory and the difference. Like, I knew it wasn't a gold standard. That was a thing they taught us in, like, way back when, but didn't really have a deep understanding other than it's just sort of based on the idea that America will keep going. Send the rich to the gulag. I see. Yeah. Re-education, or perhaps just the first time education, right? Nothing wrong with that. I got a pretty dog shit education, so I wouldn't mind taking another crack at it. If they can make the last emperor of China become a devout communist, think what we could do. Although I don't know if you can get like the bald dude from Mad Money to ever like, because he studied shit like that, and he turned his back on it. So
this is the first time you're seeing.
I don't know.
17%.
Generally, Trump gets a very high approval rating from self-identified Republicans. And this Quinnipiac poll, Hallie, also shows that more than half of Republicans say they are following this issue of the Epstein files very or somewhat closely. It has escape velocity.
That's the funniest thing, is that like Republicans care more about this than Democrats do, which is why you're seeing that 50-50 point swing here.
Salary.
But in any case, make no
instead pay
mistake,
for stuff.
there is unprecedented opportunity to drive a wedge within the base of support for MAGA, but seemingly the Democrats
because
will
they're your
fail to
family? Is that what you
capitalize
mean?
on that. Let's see.
The bottom line is this: Democrats are behind their 2006 and 2018.
Yeah, this is not looking good. I've seen this
ballot.
before.
What are we talking about here? All right, the Democrats versus the Republicans on the generic congressional ballot, the margins.
But this
Look
was
at where we are now.
when
Democrats
Bush was
are
in,
ahead,
and then
but by just 2 points. Look
the
at where
blue
Democrats
wave.
were already ahead by in
When Trump
2017.
was
They were
in
behind by
the blue
7
wave,
points. How about
and now Trump's in
2005 on the
again,
generic
but
congressional ballot?
there's no
behind. Excuse me,
there's
ahead
no
by
blue
7
wave.
points. Ahead by 7 points, and now they're only ahead by 2.
I mean, all of because generic Democrats suck ass, but Zoran is awesome, and they should stop trying to back Eric Adams and or Cuomo and just fucking embrace what people need. Because situations like what we're talking about here, where
to sealing
because
the
you
deal.
don't have your social safety nets available to you.
Very different.
And there's a metaphorical gun of homelessness and or starving to death, all these different things where your medicine not getting in and then you succumbing to illness and stuff. That gun is placed against your head, and you have to just keep working in the fields, or working in the factory, or working even in the office building, whatever it is, you have to keep doing it for them.
Donald Trump, the more you.
But if you had your health care and housing kind of figured out, and there's sustainable ways to move around this nation, like with good public transportation, and there was food assurances, whether they be universal basic or provided to everybody, that everybody gets a SNAP card or whatever, all these different ways that you can make it so that way, no matter how bad you are, you're good. You got a place that's clean and dignified. You got food, you got electricity, you got ways to get around and do things. You can take showers and do whatever that you do. Then all of a sudden, nobody is down on their luck. Everybody has got the default luck that we all work together to give and provide for each other. And then you go to work, not to just survive, but just because there's something interesting you want to do there. And even if it is just a trading of your labor value for then the money you receive, at least it's an actual, it's no longer a hostage situation. It is actually what you're going into willingly.
It's actually, when it comes seat by seat, you see that at least...
It's win-win, because people get mad about quiet quitting. People get mad about people who hate their jobs, whatever. That would solve it.
Holy Toledo Open Presence sponsoring the Piker Broadcasting Service all the way from the beautiful, glorious nation of Qatar.
Those wave elections back in 2006.
We assume. Maybe it's a
like those years. What does it look like?
Okay, so what does it look like? Well, let's take a look back at the generic congressional
ballot. It's easy to think that, like, damn, it would be sick.
In October of 2024, Democrats were ahead by 2 points.
The thoughts and prayers aren't going to pay your bills.
Democrats ahead by 2 points among registered voters.
The reason why the Trump
it's easy to want someone like Open Presence to shower gifts on my channel, but if they are from someplace with a conversion rate, it would be like not that much money. But it would,
the same shitty ass
down,
Democrats.
That'd be cool. I don't run ads. I don't think
why Trump's approval ratings will dip to a certain degree, but will stay fairly consistent and won't go past the point, because 80% of the base will hold on to Donald Trump, with the exception of the Epstein stuff, right?
Oh,
Whereas
Discord
the reason
orbs,
why the
hell
Democrats
yeah.
have lower approval ratings
Discord
than the
loves
Republicans right now
pumping
is
out
because at least there are
something.
people who like the Republicans.
And I'm always like,
within the base of support for the Republican Party.
ignore.
But there is no one in the base of support for the Democrats that like the Democrats.
That's what makes, I get it. Discord wants to get their money and they want to pay for the servers. They want to encourage Nitro or whatever, but trying to get somebody to join Discord and then like Discord Quest is here. Uh-oh. And now you got the, Nitro ads and here's this thing. And it's just like, it's not easy to convince somebody to embrace it if they're not used to this kind of shit.
It was one of those unique instances where the public wishes and the wishes of the base of the real constituents, the donor class, were in line with one another. They were aligned. There is no one that wants business as usual politics in the Democratic Party. It's that simple.
This particular point, this election cycle looks a lot more like 2024 than it does than either 2018 or 2006. And so, of course, Republicans actually held onto the House back in 2024. Will it happen this time around? We'll just have to wait and see. But for anyone who's writing the Republican House's political obituaries, hold the phone. This is a reality check. Republicans are still very much in the game.
Area, and that'll be quite a reality check, I think, for a lot of Democratic voters.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Bro, I keep trying to move away from the Epstein stuff, and you guys keep bringing me back in. It's crazy. Les Wexner, the former Jeffrey Epstein associate and chairman emeritus of the holding company that owned the Limited, L brand, Abercrombie & Fitch, Victoria's Secret, and other major brands, is the new owner of Blue Heron Farm in Martha's Vineyard. Blue Heron Farm is the property of the Obamas rented for several years during the summers while they were in the White House. The billionaire purchased a home from the family architect Norman Foster. Stop it.
Oh. Because somebody was talking about how the place is up for sale.
Bro, I'll never forget that night when she said the most lethal military after you got kicked out and our entire world came crumbling down. I had I had suspicions that Kamala Harris was not going to be like even present herself as like a progressive beacon, but all of that was solidified after that night, the last night of the DNC. That's when I was like, it's over, it's done.
Over.
You can go back and watch my commentary when I listened to her speech the last night of the DNC. Every single thing I reported on there came true. Maureen Comey, federal prosecutor in the case against Jeffrey Epstein and the daughter of former FBI Director James Comey, has been fired from the U.S. Attorney Office. We already talked about this. All right. Let's get to Zohran Mamdani. Oh, last thing on the Epstein stuff. In 2005, when Epstein was caught in Florida for rampant child prostitution of 14 and 16-year-olds, he hired Alan Dershowitz, to intimidate local witnesses, hired the spouse of the local prosecutor, conflicting her out of the process, gave huge donations to police, hired private investigators to tell local police attempting to gather evidence, and then surveillance footage and other evidence from his home disappeared. Not only that, but also Jeffrey Epstein hired private investigators to intimidate FBI agents, as a matter of fact. So just remember that. Suspicious. But I digress. Let's get to Zohran Mamdani.
Well, while they're asking him to clarify, maybe he can clarify his father's statements when he said, his father in the book, that we should sympathize with suicide bombers, that we shouldn't stigmatize them, but we should look at it as political violence. Maybe he can clarify when he said he wanted.
Oh my God, now they're fucking using Mahmoud Mamdani's writing, talking about, no, it's real. Mahmoud Mamdani is an academic, Chad. Of course he's fucking talked about, like, he didn't say we shouldn't stigmatize suicide bombers. Okay, shut the fuck up. No, he is a fucking professor, okay? And in an academic setting, he is contextualizing suicide bombing, like, and how it is analyzed, and the difference in the way that suicide bombings are analyzed by the media as opposed to other forms of violence conducted by the state. He's a fucking academic. This is just anti-intellectual nonsense. It's bullshit. And also, it's not fucking Zohran Mamdani who said these things. It's his dad's writing in an academic context. Yeah, academic advocates for understanding rather than reactionary superficial analysis of they hate us for our freedom. Shocking. Yeah. It's like when someone talks about like kamikaze pilots in World War II, right? And digging deep into the mindset of a kamikaze pilot. That's not fucking analysis, is not endorsement, okay?
I remember asking my dad, why would they do that? Why would they
I hate this dumb shit. People do this
that
to me
thing?
all the fucking
And then
time.
he'd be like,
too.
oh, they lie to them. They tell them that the emperor needs them. And
This was the passage they cut out. Suicide bombings needs to be understood as a feature of modern political violence rather than stigmatized.
I was just like, damn, they're crazy.
Zohran Mamdani's father, current professor at Columbia. Clearly, the prime objective of the suicide bomber is not to terminate his or her own life, but that of others defined as enemies. We need to recognize the suicide bomber first and foremost as a category of soldier. Does not the suicide bomber join both aspects of our humanity, particularly as it has been fashioned by political modernity, in that we are willing to subordinate life, both our own and that of others, to objectives we consider higher than life? Suicide bombing needs to be understood as a feature of modern political violence rather than stigmatized as a mark of barbarism. The danger of a moral discussion by itself, how can culture condone suicide, is that it quickly turns into a replay of culture talk, stereotyping individuals and preventing any deliberation about alternative strategies. It's literally saying that suicide bombing, which comes with a loss of personal life, is no different than a fucking soldier taking up arms and putting themselves in the direct line of fire.
The Alamo.
It is quite literally
missions
an
are-
academic contextualization of suicide bombing. He's saying instead of analyzing this as like barbaric acts and something that is like something that is just like simply different than all other forms of violence, what must be done in an academic context is to analyze why. Soldiers don't target civilians. Shut the fuck. Suck my fucking dick. 5 most subscribed. Soldiers don't target civilians. Are you out of your fucking mind? What the fuck are you saying, brother? Where are you? Israel is doing a fucking genocide. But even if we don't talk about Israel, you think the American military didn't fucking brutalize civilians? What are you, stupid? What the fuck?
I know some people don't like to watch people.
What are you saying?
Lost their teeth. So.
That's the entire purpose of soldiering. That's the whole thing. That's the whole purpose. Yeah, I mean, they aren't supposed to. Oh, okay, then. Yeah, Exhibit A, U.S., Exhibit B, Israel, Exhibit C for all the liberals, Russia. There has never been a moment where soldiers have not deliberately targeted civilians, okay? Get the fuck out of here.
Targeting them during a suicide mission is different.
For as long as soldiers have existed, soldiers have brutally murdered civilians, okay?
That's
Always.
more of a
The only place where soldiers don't target civilians is in fantasy, in your mind. Yeah, Iraq had 1 million soldiers. Yeah, it's crazy. One of the largest standing militaries of all time is crazy. It's wild that they're trying to do sins of the father shit. And the only thing that they're doing is basically exposing how stupid they are for their lack of like this is basically just to say
it's Fox. They can just say Muslim and froth at the mouth and they'll be fine with it.
This is something that I receive all the time. Now, obviously, I will offer an academic contextualization of like militancy that forms against Israel and against America and things of that nature. But then I also will go to the realm of entertainment. I have the capacity to try to like, you know, make something funny or whatever, and I have my heated moments as well, which is precisely the reason why like I'm, you know, understandably people can use that to their advantage if they want to craft a fucking elaborate narrative that like I'm on board with this or that, right? But this is a literal fucking academic writing in writing scholarly research. Like, what do you mean? In a way, it's no different than people being like, oh, these guys are studying cat piss. They're studying piss, animal piss. It's like, yeah, of course they're doing that, you dumb fuck. They're researchers. It's stupid to me. It sounds stupid and scary, so they shouldn't. It's like, shut the fuck up. This isn't the Zoran story. Zoran sold out today and hired DNC folk. Okay, shut up.
Oh my God, dude, that's the
defund the police.
That's the Cinemarxism
when he said that he wanted a 30,
point that was brought up.
$30
I think I didn't see if he was in the chat, but
per
I think he walked that back.
No wonder this guy's like,
I can't believe people are still pushing that.
Zoran's dad wrote words in a paper. $30. Oh! $30, 30. Fucking idiot. Jesus Christ, dude. We are getting dumber and dumber by the fucking moment, dude. Holy fuck. 30 hours a dollar. Like, this is basically in a couple years, if there is no stopping this anti-intellectual sentiment, which I don't think there is, we're just going to have Fox News, mainstream media personalities just doing this. Communist! He's a communist! And then that's it. And then everyone else that's tuning in is going to be like, oh my God, I can't believe it's a communist! Bah! What the fuck? It's just the Tom Homanification of American politics. This is where the fucking discourse is, dude. This is where the discourse is. We're like, you don't even need to make sense. You can just go, blah, 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 scary Muslim. And then that's it. That's it. On the independent side, we got, you know, the Andrew Tates of the world being like goo goo gaga, trying to directly fucking tailor their commentary to like the mind of a 14-year-old boy, or rather a 35-year-old man who is intellectually stunted and resembles the mindset of a fucking 14-year-old boy. Talking about like girls have cooties. Don't talk to them. Women are bitches. They have cooties. Goo goo gaga.
Oh, you just tuning in? Yeah. I figured since I'm just chilling and watching stuff, I might as well just chill and watch on stream. Because I usually have Kara come over after work and hang out. I think he's taking a nap. But I like just chilling and talking with her, either about what's going on or something similar. So I figured I can just do that with chat. Some people call it co-work streams when they're doing a lot of work. I was working on my StreamerBot stuff, but it's co-chill. Coachella.
Wage in New York City. There's a lot to clarify.
Not really a great message when New York lost so many people in 9/11 to say his dad to say I sympathize with suicide bombers. We need to understand them.
It's unbelievable.
He grew up in that house under his parents, you know, under their supervision. Does he think the way that his parents do? Does he want to sympathize?
I feel like
with
a brain has
suicide bombers?
stung the frontal lobe
says,
of my head.
The whole thing globalizing
They're like Andrew Cuomo. They just can't say it.
Every fucking day, bro. He wants to globalize the enchilada. The enchilada. The infantada. The scary thing. I don't even know what he's saying. I don't know what he's saying. Isn't that scary? Isn't that fucking scary to you? Isn't that scary? It's a language I don't understand. We don't need words. We don't need language, not English. We don't need not English language in words. Speak. He's brown. He's brown. He's brown. He's a brown Muslim guy. He's a brown Muslim guy. He's going to do 9/11. He's going to do 9/11. He's a brown Muslim guy. Please don't vote for him. That's basically all this is.
Just wants to give people free bus rides. Just wants to help them pay their rent.
Fuck.
Wants to make the city actually a good place for both commuters and workers and consumers.
Like a lobotomy recipient. What the fuck? What do we do? It's over. It's fucking done. It's done. Dying empire. Put out the pasture. It's done. It's over. Hit a fucking hard reset. Like, genuinely, half of the fucking country is getting their notes from people who...
If they're so afraid of it, maybe they should like look into somebody who researched it and has a better understanding of
51 seconds in,
what it is and how they do it and why they do it.
His dad wrote scary word in
But he wrote those scary words, yeah.
teaching? Is that teaching in elite institution that make you gay and
Why does he
woke?
have lobsters?
His dad talk suicide, bombing, no like.
That's fast and speed.
Minimum.
Yeah.
30. He want $1 million janitor. He's socialist. It's bad and wrong. And then the other guy's like, oh, scary word, Muslim word. Fuck.
Intifada.
Yeah.
So he once says, he goes, not a statement that I use, but he says, I understand the sentiment. That was his clarification.
Do you know what the sentiment is?
I use, but I understand
Ryan, kill me.
I don't use that exact phrase,
Right.
but I believe what it means.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Do you know what it means?
Fuck.
Do you condemn that phrase, globalize the intifada?
That's not language that I use.
Why not just condemn it?
Ultimately, it's not language that I use.
Why not just condemn something that I don't understand?
But you're standing with the people that are saying it in the middle of the street. If a let's not
Right after October 7th,
let's not
he got
pretend,
arrested.
Is there two standards here? If a Republican candidate had the KKK behind him screaming stuff, what would be the...
Yeah, that'd be entirely... First of all, you're literally the token black commentator who is supposed to defend the KKK. Brian Kilmeade, sitting across from you, has made numerous jokes about white supremacy directly to your fucking face.
Making $30 an hour. Yeah, he'll be a millionaire in no time.
That wouldn't be alarming for you. You do it every day, okay? That's your fucking job. I remember because Brian Kilmeade was like, oh, we should play after Cory Booker's like record-breaking filibuster. Brian Kilmeade straight up sat across from this fucking asshole and literally said, we should play the entire speech of the previous filibuster record holder. The previous record holder for the filibuster was Strom Thurmond, a white nationalist, white supremacist, who literally held that record for trying to stop the Voting Rights Act passage, dude.
It's insane. It's insane. What a proud history that the Democrats wanted to uphold by not repealing it. His
co-host on the same news network, Greg Buttfeld, had this to say, reclaiming the word Nazi and making jokes about how it's just like the N-word. Here, let's take a look. Let's see. Oh, I wonder what he would do about this if there was some kind of racist language taking place on Fox.
Gutfeld makes me so fucking mad just how smug he is. I fucking can't handle it.
This is why the criticism doesn't matter to us when you call us Nazis. Nazi this, Nazi that. I'm beginning to think they don't like us. You know what? I've said this before. We need to learn from the blacks. The way
the blacks
they were able to remove the power from the N-word by using it. So from now on, it's what up, my Nazi? Hey, what up, my Nazi? Hey, what's hanging, my Nazi?
Dude, oh my God, just
Nazi, please.
Oh God.
Yeah, that would be
I have
crazy,
not seen this.
Right? That'd be crazy. He'd be.
I have not.
He'd be the first to call it his resignation.
I have not seen this.
Would it be just enough to say, look, I don't stand with their sentiment?
No.
Dog, you are defending a president who literally did that.
Psychic
after
damage.
Charlottesville,
Actual psychic
when
damage.
Actual Nazis and the Klan. Well, the difference between the Klan and the Nazis was the fact that these guys didn't even hide their faces. We're saying Jews will not replace us. Okay? And Donald Trump unironically said, well, there's very fine people on both sides. Both sides have some very fine people. So shut the fuck up.
I wouldn't say it that way. My point of view is this. So why is it okay for the guy to stand with the people?
That's literally what Trump did. Also, there is no moral equivalence between a bunch of fucking anti-Israel protesters and the Klan. Okay? There is no moral equivalence between these two. One is on the side of justice. The other is on the side of injustice. The comparison here in this circumstance would be pro-Israel people. They are the Klan in this conflict. They are the ones who represent the Klan in this fucking conflict. Shut the fuck up. This is precisely the reason why this discourse around globalize the enchilada, globalize the infantada is idiotic.
Blocking Jews from going to class on Columbia that literally held janitorial.
That's not what happened. That never happened. God, I fucking hate mainstream media for even giving any sort of breathing room for this kind of idiotic discourse. It's totally fake, totally phony. They never blocked Jews from going to fucking school or anywhere else.
There's one somewhat famous TikTok video of like some asshole who's there just to cause problems, walking up people saying, "Hey, let me through," and it's like, dude, you can go around. No, I have to go there. Ask where my class is, and it's like, no, your class is where the building is, but we're not in the building. You can walk around us to the building. And they've just used that message of you blocked this Jewish student as if they were like not allowing them to go to their class or something insane, because that was not what they were doing. They were in the middle of an open courtyard where you can just walk around the entire thing.
Remember he got in Tom Homan's face when he was trying to arrest people as well. So let's not have a double standard for the
People
next
love
mayor
that.
of New
I
York
don't think you
because
want to
he's a
fucking say
Democrat.
that.
So here's his clarification.
When he was on with Kristen Welker saying that, then the clip we just showed you, that was a few weeks ago. And now, according to the New York Times, they're saying that he says he'll discourage the term globalize the intifada. The article says Zohran Mamdani, the Democratic nominee in the race for mayor,
He's always discouraged just because people are fucking insane about it.
during the primary. Why is he distancing himself possibly from this? Is it because he knows this is not a winning message for many people in America? Does he know that there's so many Jewish people that live here in America? Is he saying this because he believes it or he wants to win an election?
I assume that they're just fucking rewriting his intentions.
Asking for a
But
full condemnation.
Right.
We're asking for a full, we want, as they tell us with every issue, moral clarity. Say that the Jewish state has every right to exist, that you don't want to globalize the intifada.
It's definitely not a statement that
No,
we believe in either, because we don't.
Not one we
can't
use every
say
day.
it.
But I'll add to this. He still wants to defund the police. When asked about it, he says he wants to build up mental health services. He wants social workers to go out to domestic disputes. He said,
I think that's a winning message.
Never capitulate to these fucking demons, okay? Do you understand? This is why, because it's not a sincere request.
Everyone knows that you need mental health people to help
oh, man,
people
I really
who need
wanted
mental
to
health.
vote for you, but
Everyone knows that the cops just pushing the homeless people around just shuffles them around the city. It does not actually help them. Everyone knows that. Even the most fucked up people know that. So them acting like that's an insane request is stupid.
Also, they've gotten dumber and dumber over the years. I'm blown away by how stupid these motherfuckers are, bro. It is crazy. Globalize the enchilada. So fuck, dude. Fuck. You're a communicator. That is your primary responsibility. That's the one job you have.
domestic dispute should be given as a traffic ticket. I was doing that police village thing over the weekend. I said, how do you view domestic calls? He goes, the most dangerous calls we can ever get. Do you think a social worker goes to college to say, now I want to go do domestic disputes, knock on a door because there's screaming on the other
Okay, well then it's the fucking college, lesbian that you hate so much that's going to be in trouble, not you. What's the fucking problem?
Yes. Literally. What are they saying? That's the job. You think a EMT goes and gets the specific classification to what? Save people's lives? Do you think a first responder that got EMS training is going to do what? Offer someone who is experiencing a fentanyl overdose Narcan? Yeah, this is so stupid. You're literally just describing the actual job, but you're using like sarcastic voice. And then that's it. That's like, I guess that you owned it. Like, that's the fucking job. Yes. Oh, what's a firefighter supposed to go through Fire Academy? What are they supposed to do? Stop fires? Save people from burning buildings? Yeah, that's the job.
other side.
Wants to raise corporate taxes, wants to raise taxes on the rich. The rich pay the taxes for New York City. There's going to be a mass exodus. Businesses are going to leave because they don't want that 11% corporate tax on top of the city tax, on top of the state tax, on top of the
They're not
federal
going
tax.
anywhere. They're not going anywhere. You joke, but if they could opt out of paying firefighters and pay private firefighters, they would do it in a heartbeat. I know. And that's where we're moving towards.
It's going to be expensive, more expensive to live here.
Die on calls for domestic violence than any other call, and you want to.
And a second day of meetings set to begin between the New York City Democratic mayoral candidate Zohran Mamdani and more.
They can't even say his name right, let alone like globalize the infantada. God, this stuff pisses me off, dude. This stuff pisses me off so much. Yeah, remember this, by the way. Also, Polymarket owned Newswire. Resurface photo shows New York City mayoral candidate Zohran Mamdani with leftist streamer Sam Piker, who once said America deserved 9/11. Yeah, it didn't work, did it? Dumbass. So Zohran is supposed to make this like big reveal about whether or not he will, I don't know, fucking say globalize the enchiladas anymore or not. But here is the Here's the I-24 News English statement on it. And this is just proof of exactly what I was saying yesterday, which is don't fucking give these guys an inch, okay? Do not.
Away from the Middle East. According to the New York Times, New York City's Democratic mayoral candidate, that's Zohran Mamdani, you've probably heard of him, he said he will refrain from using the phrase globalize the intifada and would
never actually used it.
Discourage others from using the phrase. Now, Mamdani's comments apparently emerged from a closed-door meeting with business leaders on Tuesday, and if true, it would be the first time that he's expressed any issue with the threatening phrase, which shows solidarity with Palestinians, but it espouses violence against Israelis. And
every damn day of the week, Zohran Mamdani should be working to improve his base of support within the boomer black and brown population of New York voters that are reliable Democratic Party voters. That's it. Don't fucking touch any of this shit, dude. Please. Just go out and door knock and talk to every auntie and every unk you can find. That's it. And not in a disingenuous Hillary Clinton hot sauce in my bag kind of way, but in a way that actually matters. Go out, talk to community leaders, show support.
No. I know of him and that he's like a
That's
racist
it.
Nazi dude.
None of
That's
this
all I
shit
know
matters.
about
The idea that oh my God, the Jewish
someone on
voters
YouTube
are
asked
so
if I know
scared.
Sam
Get
Hyde.
the fuck out of here. Suck my dick. This is Israeli television, by the way. I-24 is Israeli news, is the English broadcaster for Israeli news.
notably, he's not publicly commented on these reports. But to get more into the topic here, as pressing as it is, we're joined by our host and correspondent, Nicole Zedek. Nicole, jumping right into this. Look, this is a guy who's an avowed anti-Israel figure. How much does it matter, what phrases he uses or doesn't? I mean, he is what he is. He stands by his politics. If anything, I think that can be said accurately about him right now is, he is who he represents to be. And again, these are staunch positions that he staked out against Israel.
Absolutely. It's no surprise to us here in studio as it's continued to state his anti-Israel policies. And this is what has won a lot of the support inside New York. And so the fact that people are walking away from this meeting with reports that he says, I'm going to refrain from using this statement. I might encourage others not to, but not flat out condemning it, not flat out condemning globalize the intifada. Now, he has stated that it's not the mayor's job to police free speech. This is kind of the stance that he's taking. But in New York, in the United States, in these European Western worlds, we've seen them use this phrase, globalize the intifada. They're trying to claim it's some sort of a phrase to unite the resistance and calling on resistance, not actual hate speech and harm. But David, here in studio, here in Israel, we know exactly what the intifada means. We saw two of them here in Israel. And we saw these suicide bombings, the violence. We know what an intifada is. And so when you hear that phrase, globalize the intifada, that's why it is causing such harm and fear in many of the Jewish populations. And this is also why he's controversial for the Democrats themselves. Some of the big name Democrats, Chuck Schumer, Hakeem Jeffries, they have refrained from actually endorsing him because he's refrained from condemning this statement. And so this could cause a little bit of an issue for Mamdani. Sure. But right now, he's still winning in the polls, David, despite not coming out and fully backing this. Maybe that's what some of the people in New York want to see, as that's the exact place that we're
I guess the people fucking can understand what it fucking means. And they can look it up and understand that it just means struggle. And it's pretty obvious that's happening because nobody fucking backs Israel's fucking unjustified genocide. Especially Democrats don't.
When I hear this among progressives who are sensitive to people's sensitivities and things that offend them, not when it comes to this, not when it comes to Israel. Look, he is a major symbol, I would argue, a figurehead. What does it say, about the national mood, perhaps, that a figure like this, young guy that he is, not really an experienced politician, coming in with controversial policies on our issues, propelled to the top, as he may be. It seems like he's the front runner to be the mayor of New York City, even at this point. What does it tell us, Nicole, about the national mood and what makes it?
Yawn. Nobody cares. Everybody hates Israel. It's fuck Israel. Now it's fuck Israel. Tomorrow it's fuck Israel forever. Okay, sorry, you don't get to do a genocide and then complain about the way that people feel about the country doing a genocide. Yeah, this is the piece that also came out. What should Jewish New Yorkers make of Zohran Mamdani? Beth Miller and Joanne Mort.
Whenever you see how much those Patriot missiles cost, the refills, just the batteries themselves, the number of rural hospitals that could have been built, schools,
Okay.
let alone
Now,
interstate high-speed rail, healthcare. You could hit like so many different things that Americans would much rather have, and that would also help improve everything about our daily lives, and then that would then improve the economy, and that would then improve our, impact on the world. We'd make better products, make better media. We would just have healthier people that live longer and then pay taxes longer. Just the fundamentals of everything would be better if we just focused that
would come across as insane. People would be like,
death and destruction of innocence, and instead put it towards something else that's positive instead. It's like a complete 180. Instead of a gigantic negative, it's an actual substantial positive. It's the most obvious thing that everybody agrees on. Everybody as in like regular ass people.
One of the two people on the embassy staff wasn't Jewish either, by the way. He was a Christian. His wife that he was supposed to marry was Jewish. In any case, many feel spurious claims that unspecified words led to the killing of innocent Jewish people. It's all very fuzzy. And it can be. No intellectual rigor required. It's all about vibes, solipsism, and lurid innuendo. There's been 900 takes this week trying to Elizabeth Warrenize Mamdani by having him condemn Arabic words in random tweets. They all have the same gross combination of veiled menace and condescension wrapped up in a whiny standpoint theory claptrap. I hate it. Just have an opinion. You have such a great career ahead of you. Just mindlessly recite every liberal Zionist cliche and it'll get easier. If you don't, we'll keep heavily implying you're an anti-Semite until the end of time. Now, in the past, many politicians, I think, that got hit with these accusations would have quickly capitulated, would have quickly conceded and apologized profusely for the crime, the greatest crime of all time, which is to ever dare criticize Israel. Okay? But we don't live in that time anymore. You can win. You can be like, nah, it's fuck Israel time, actually. Oh, what is that? Hold on. Oh, what does that say? It's fuck Israel o'clock, as a matter of fact. Here's what I say to you. You can do that and still win in the most Jewish city on the planet. Okay? The notion that like New York Jews care about this or should care about this is fucking idiotic. That's it. Oh, who's calling? Oh, that's right. Oh, it's fuck Israel calling. That's it. Look at the time. It's bullshit. It's bullshit. So we absolutely should not back away from this.
It's going okay. Trying something different today. Where if I was going to sit here and just watch this on stream anyway and like play games on the side or whatever, I might as well just do all that on stream. Just finished eating Ascension 20 with the Silent finally.
Discourage people from using the term globalized.
So far, so good.
Zoran Mamdani
Haven't made any money, but so far, so good.
On the campaign trail for previously refusing to condemn the phrase, which has been seen as a call to violence against Jews. Mamdani's shifting language comes amid a general election battle against Mayor Eric Adams and former Governor Andrew Cuomo, who are running as independents, and the Republican nominee, Curtis Sliwa. Willie.
New York Times reporter covering Wall Street, Lauren Hirsch, is following the latest on all this. She joins us now, also with us, president of the National Action Network and the host of MSNBC's Politics Nation, Reverend Al Sharpton. Good morning to you both. So, Lauren, let's pick up on this meeting with Zoran Mamdani yesterday. Business leaders in New York City, some heavyweights in the room, some who decided not to attend. Jamie Dimon had a scheduling conflict. He was not there. What did they hear from him? Did he sort of assuage their suspicions at all about him? What was it like in the room?
They heard a really charming, affable guy who was well prepared. He made jokes, he made self-deprecating jokes, but they did not hear someone who changed his policies. And so if you had concerns about his economic policies going into the meeting, you had the same concerns going out. for some people, the charm and his disarming nature was enough to calm people a little bit. For others, the fact that he was very much sticking to his policies further enraged them. So there's a bit of a division coming out of the room in terms of response. But in the room, it was mostly cordial. It was mostly pleasant. There was one quite pointed question effectively saying, how can you tell us you're not going to drive business out of New York? And he danced around it a bit. I think his message was, I believe strongly in my policies, but I don't think they're bad for business. And I think many of the business leaders saw a little bit of a disconnect in how you.
This story's
Whoa,
fake.
getting married.
I keep hearing conflicting stories.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Half of the people that were privy to what took place in the meeting are saying Zoran stood firmly and we hate it. And then the other half are saying he actually capitulated on a lot of the stuff, but we still hate it. Everybody hates him. Whether they heard what they wanted to hear or did not get what they wanted to get out of Zoran, everybody came out of that meeting, unsurprisingly, as he is a wily devil, cunning. Seems like that's the only unifying position here from all of the events that we have traced from secondhand testimony.
You're reminding me that I should check to make sure I'm actually getting paid still.
The CEO's hate that he was charismatic is like the thing that everybody took away from this meeting.
You connect those two dots. But overall, they found a nice, charming guy, and they were, they appreciated the fact that he wanted to meet with them.
This is a guy who he's not trying to run from who he is, which is, I'm a democratic socialist. He said just a week ago, billionaires should not exist.
Yeah.
When asked, there were some billionaires in the room. He said, I'm going to tax you more. That's true. But I believe it's the best thing for our city. What about the story that Mika just walked us through, where he said, okay, I won't use the phrase globalize the Intifada, and I will discourage others from using it almost sort of grudgingly because he's refused to say, refused to condemn that language even as recently in the last few days.
Right. So that answer came after he was being pushed on Israel and his views on that by the CEO of Pfizer. And my understanding is it was a fairly long response before he got to it. Some people were very happy to hear that. And as I said, some people, it's never going to be enough. So others weren't mollified. And by the way, one person I spoke to didn't even hear it. It was interesting. I called him back. I was like, did he say this? He was like, no, I didn't hear it. So I think there is an element of almost hearing what you want to hear as you go through this process.
And it'll be interesting to watch if he does, maybe he's moderating on this, or there are other positions he also takes more of a slightly centrist tact as he heads to a general election. That would obviously be a play that we've seen from other progressives. Also of note, he really praised Boston Mayor Michelle Wu, who's wildly popular in Boston, and distanced himself from Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson, decidedly less so, Rev. But he also enters a race here where the setup seems to really favor him. First of all, anytime you have a D next to your name, you're the Democratic nominee in a deep blue city, that is helpful. He's got that. But if Andrew Cuomo and Eric Adams both persist in this race and are both vying for the same sort of centrist vote, they split that only helps him, Donnie.
No, I think the fact that Andrew Cuomo has now announced he's in the race, which I, among others, asked him not to. Let's have a one-on-one. The fact that he's in makes it
you still pay into.
That, Zoran
I still have deductions.
I talked to some people last
for
night
this upcoming one
who were part of the
for medical, dental, and my HSA.
Relatively impressed.
I feel like that shouldn't be there. So maybe for the first month it's there?
And they were impressed. He's very charismatic, which we found. He came twice to National Action Network. And some of them agreed with him, some disagreed. But they say he's a lot more personable and more informed than they.
I'm still covered, but I guess you still pay for it then as a part of the coverage.
That, in my early days, you would say.
I guess you're still paying for it too.
With people that say things that you should just say, that is not right. That is not what I meant. He went as far as saying he will tell people not to say it again, but you've got to say it's not right. It's not right.
Right, but
about things or say things.
To me, it doesn't really sound like it's part if you're paying for it. But I guess there's always a combination.
In many ways, not give up what he believes, but then he has to be judged by what he believes.
Because I still have
I
it
think he's willing to take
coming out of the
other
paycheck.
penalty for that.
So Laura, in a similar vein, the people
Unless
you talk to in that
you're
room,
saying that's not the case.
you know, who might
I can't tell if
be
that's what you're
inclined
saying
to
is
support
supposed to be
and
happening or
having
not.
Cuomo, what's their view on the two of them both staying in and complicating things?
Not happy. I mean, a lot of Wall Street donors have really been pushing one, or for them, ideally both, to drop. They want a real competitor.
I understand it's supposed to happen. Just making sure that it's supposed to cost from. So that implies that once we get to August, and
they see a little
I
bit
see.
of writing on
Yeah.
what
So
they
once I get to August, not only will the coverage stop, I'll also have to stop pay for it.
And so what is their fear if Mamdani
I'll
does
check
become
to make
the
sure that
mayor
happens
of New
at that
York
point.
City? I mean, they sort of vocalized them in that room yesterday.
Yeah.
But what are their specific fears about what happens to the city?
So one of the biggest things that I hear is just lack of experience. You know, you can talk about taxes, you can talk about his other.
Looks like none of my 401k is set up. None of all that stuff is not there, which is fine. Whatever.
To run the city. Like, these people are managers. They know the challenges that come with that. There's, of course.
Yeah, he's quite the intellectual for.
Back when Kara had one, it was more like you got like a whole shit ton of tax credits from it, and then like.
This guy's another guy who can't.
So even though the premium is really high, then you end up not paying that much for it. But then if you end up making a bunch of money anyway, then you got to pay it back at the end of the year. That was years and years ago. I don't want to have to look into that shit. That's for sure. I'd rather just.
Whether or not Zohran Mamdani actually backed away from saying
It's still that way. Okay.
or whatever the fuck, it doesn't really matter ultimately. I don't know where this will go. There was a Politico reporting that said that they were going to make a big reveal about Zoran's statements. He was going to do a big announcement on the Intifada stuff, which is so fucking stupid. Don't back down. Nobody cares about this shit. Be honest. Be honest. Honesty is the best policy. Okay? That's it. Because backing down and capitulating to these cynical fucking charlatans that are simply trying to manufacture outrage will cause you to be dishonest, when honesty and earnesty is what got you the victory. Okay? That's it. I said this yesterday. Per source who attended the partnership for a meeting with Zohran Mamdani, he said he understands globalized intifada is interpreted by news as a call for violence, blah, blah, blah. I said, this isn't a sincere request. Any concession on this, instead of moving on to the real issues that matter, will make this a bigger story for the media to farm. They will then ask why Zohran Mamdani doesn't condemn it anytime someone else says it. They'll move the goalpost. That's it. It's like an admission.
I'll just get on my wife's plan. So
because you're Twitch watchers. The cracker ban. Okay? There was a lot of outside pressure to get me banned for anti-white racism.
see if they can give you some benefits. It's kind of fucked up. They give you a whole bunch of hours, but no
Firmly
benefits.
stood their ground and said, like, this is ridiculous. Okay? For saying cracker. Something that they have now openly joked about themselves with me, alongside myself, when I did a TwitchCon show, if you recall. But when Twitch actually responded to pressure and banned me for it, then it gave it legitimacy. It gave the demands legitimacy. It became a story in and of itself. It's the same principle behind this. If Zohran concedes on this framework in a way that is dishonest, because it is dishonest to say, oh yeah, it's very scary language to say globalize the intifada. Like even the fact that he's like, well, I don't say that word, but you know, I'm not going to police others. Sure. Maybe you don't say it, but then that begs the question, why don't you say it? Is it perhaps because you understand that it's a scary word? Is it perhaps because you understand that we're right deep down inside? Instead of just like tackling why this question is being asked over and over again. What? To be fair, the full phrase you said was dumb cracker bitch, which I think that whole phrase led to more of the ban than just the food. You think I got banned because you think my defense of this? Are you fucking stupid? You think my defense of this is that I said cracker like the food item? No. I said someone was behaving in a cracker-like way. I said dumb cracker bitch when responding to a Redditor. Yes. My criticism of this is that it's not a real thing. I like that you also had to point C-word in here. Like you had to spell C-word. Like that's a real scary slur.
We're just reading through the messages about the different job
I'm
offers
fucking
and
white,
stuff.
dumbass. It was obviously such a silly thing that Nabisco, Wheat Thins, literally jokingly sent me a cracker pass. Let's take a look. Okay. Hassan.
Huh. Nice job on the weight loss.
So it has taken us a while. The time has finally come. As they say, good things come to those who wait, right? It's our unique pleasure and privilege to bestow upon you the pass. With this award comes great responsibility. Enclosed with this distinguished honor are several boxes of Wheat Thins for you to snack on, share, give away, or whatever else you might think of. Our banter this year is something to be really proud of. Maybe the real friends were the crackers we ate along the way. Your friend, Wheat Thins. P.S. As excited as you are and inclined as you may be to share this pack. By the way, they were literally up for an award for this. This was like, I'm pretty sure they got nominated for an award for this as like viral marketing. Like, that's how little people thought this was a sincere ban. Do you understand? A multi-billion-dollar corporation made a mockery of it. And there are still dumb fucks in here that are trying to go, well, you know, you did call someone a dumb cracker bitch. Like, you did exhibit anti-white racism. Okay? Bitch is a worse slur than fucking cracker in that regard. Okay?
This is the next
And if
move.
someone were to be banned for calling someone a bitch, that would be ridiculous. It's only as real as those who try to prop it up. You filter that word in chat. Obviously, it's not an offensive word. Then why did you act like there was a good reason for this ban? Anyway. The point is, when you as an institution or from a point of a point of privilege, a point of power, offer any sort of serious concession, okay? Offer any sort of real concession to cynical naysayers that are trying to manufacture outrage, you end up breathing life to it. You look like you did something wrong when you didn't do anything wrong. It's that simple. Now, are there actually instances where you might fuck up and it's worthy of like saying my bad? Certainly. There are plenty of instances where I have. Okay? Oh, I'll give you an example. The other week, when I was reading a tweet from my friend who is trans, Juniper, I read out the T word, okay? Dude, are you trying to get... You can't... The reason why we still auto-mod it is so that you don't get, like, falsely fucking tagged, okay? Like, I shouldn't have done that. Anyway, going back to what I was saying, I shouldn't have done that, for sure. It's not the end of the world. Obviously, I'm not transphobic. I know that people don't think I'm transphobic, okay? Like, it's not, it's not worthy of any sort of like serious condemnation. If you consider it to be a real indication of like genuine transphobia, then I apologize. I'm sorry, but I am not. I'm not a transphobic person. In any case, it's like people tried to make that a bigger deal. There were members of my community who sincerely tried to make it a bigger deal. And then there were a lot of outsiders who tried to grab onto it and turn it into a larger, much larger, a much larger issue in and of itself. My friend is trans and is your fan and says you're transphobic, but it's fine because you're dumb. Okay. But the point is, there are audiences that are actions that are worthy of apologies, and then there's actions that are not worthy of apologies. Okay? It's that simple. It's that simple. That's it. Globalize the intifada. especially if you haven't ever used it yourself. But even if you did, is not worthy of an apology. Just like saying from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free is not an anti-Semitic statement. No matter how much people say, it makes me feel bad, it makes me scary, that's your issue. You have to figure out why you're afraid of this. That's not everybody else's issue. Okay? It's that simple. It's ridiculous.
It was just normal. There wasn't much going on.
I am trans. You are dumb about trans things that are and are low-key transphobic and don't know it in that way, but your heart is in the right place. You're our himbo. Okay.
I really wonder what they're trying to get at when they say that.
To a transphobic person, as a trans person yourself, I don't know.
I mean, when he refers to how conservatives look at trans people, or the average person looks at it and says, weird, gross, but you know what? I don't care. If they look at that and think that's transphobic, I'm not sure what they mean.
In any case,
I guess like they're not a member of the community, they don't know the deep things, but it doesn't make them transphobic. He said before he doesn't want to, but he's even been open to the idea of dating a trans person, whatever it is. So
an apology,
it's not even transphobic in that.
apology is warranted, and there are instances where you've done nothing wrong. Okay. And
I guess the curiosity comes from both a morbid curiosity, but also like, wait, if he's transphobic, then that means I'm transphobic. So I'm like, what?
Turn around and apologize.
Please elaborate. I need to know, because then maybe there's something that you can I can understand about myself or fix about myself, one way or the other. But
these are emancipatory slogans. They're not slogans that invoke violence. And if people think
we're not really looking to do any major renovations while money is still up in the air, so
the actual violence that the people making these emancipatory slogans are experiencing, just like Black Lives Matter,
because you have to get inspected, right, before you can do it,
to address the injustice that black communities experience in the hands of the police, disproportionate targeting and violence overall, violence that is normalized through the racist criminal justice system. Plenty of racist people have turned around and said, this means you want to kill white people. Okay, why don't we take that seriously? It makes white people scared. It makes racist white people scared. So why is it that I'm supposed to take it seriously when someone says, well, I'm Jewish and it scares me that you're using an Arabic word for uprising? To me, this means you want to kill all Jews. Okay, well, you're fucking schizophrenic. That's it. That's your problem. That's not my problem. That's it. Like, I'm sorry. I'm sorry about your racism. Like, oh, man. It's no different.
But do they last for years?
Than a racist white person saying,
like if you get it inspected in 2025, but then you don't get work done until like 2030, you can then apply the My Safe Home thing. I figured it wouldn't work that way.
You're saying you want to kill all Jewish people. No different between these two. These are both inherently reactionary statements. That's it. You love using black people's struggles to get your point across. Could you maybe then shed light on the genocide going on in Congo as well? This got to be a federal agent, right?
Hey, Daddy.
I'm just moving on.
Whoa, I got to follow.
Oh, yeah, dude, you hate about oppression here? How about you fucking name all the oppressions?
Hello.
Oh, you're an oppression enjoyer?
Am I
Name all of them.
How you doing? I'm doing fine.
The ironic part about this is
A lot of times when messages go this way, I'm ready to get a bot. So that's what happens a lot at the bottom of Twitch where there's nobody here. That's good. That's good that you're responding. Unless you're just, well, I've been fooled before. So
taking place. And you said, well, that's not.
Yeah, I'll pull up the classic.
Other struggles that black people are experiencing. Like, what a fucking insane. Like, what is
do you mind reading? You mind typing this out? You know what this says? Are you a robot? Can you type what this says?
What, you think fucking Black Lives Matter is a popular cause? Like, what are you talking about?
Just so I know.
It's so stupid.
Like the follow into, hi, how you doing? That's good to hear. Like that happens a lot. No disrespect if you're a person, because then you're just being a very nice person for following the moment you arrive. Boom! Look at that. Hey, we got either the bots are getting better or we're getting, welcome in. Yeah, I'm assuming now that you're a regular person. I appreciate it.
Okay, so take us inside.
Who doesn't
the
love
room.
penis?
I know there was a million different questions asked about everything from anti-Semitism to taxes to how many freebies can be given away. What was the outcome in terms of the feeling in the room when it was over?
I think everyone walked away thinking that he was the most impressive candidate.
It's not just mountain lighting. I've seen this clip before. It's zero sugar mountain lighting. So they changed away from the diet mountain lighting, and now we buy this one. Also because they don't use the brominated vegetable oil that they used to use in the regular mountain lighting. I think they just rebranded mountain lighting altogether. So.
Well, talk about the drama. Talk about the bad things. Talk about the bad things. He was scary, right?
You can say something. You can ask a question or whatever.
Israel Chai. He said he's a socialist. That's
yeah. I mean, the bottle's a little different. It's a little less cloudy, just the color-wise. It's more of a pure green. That might have been the brominated oil or whatever. I don't know. But now my intelligence should not be destroyed. Now it's just long COVID and traditional brain fog and malnutrition. That's going to do it.
A group of people to vote for him. Having said that, there was
it tastes good and it's still very affordable. So that's the benefit of it to me.
A lot of the people in the business community might have thought he was
this dude is like foaming at the mouth to try and get them to say he's an evil Muslim.
That was my butt.
Okay.
But no, he's clearly totally inexperienced.
No, see now, come on.
You know, it's a city of 300,000.
You came in here and you love penis, and now you're trying to sell me artwork as an.
What's prepared you? He said, well, I'd surround myself with good people and follow the Mike Bloomberg principle of letting them do their job. That was a good answer, but I don't think it was it made up for the lack of experience. And on
maybe the bots are getting too good.
You know, he's sourcing from sources that they don't believe in terms of the fiscal realities, the tax impacts, et cetera.
And did he hold?
I don't know.
Firm? Did you feel like he on all?
I see a lot of the same AI slop art for all these different streamers, these young streamers, these small streamers.
I don't think he would.
Maybe the whole point of this is to have like come on in and hang out in my living room style stuff. So it's fine, honestly.
He seemed to want to
if this was going or we had a big conversation going on about this stuff, then I would definitely be like, well, right now we're busy with this, but
I think this is important.
Yeah.
I think we all agree the challenges facing the city. He nailed it. Affordability and et cetera.
But I'm not in the market to buy art from somebody. My wife's a graphic designer, and every emote on my channel I've made myself. I value doing my own stuff.
About his ability to stand strong? I don't think so. I mean, we'll see. Only time will tell. But I think he's
See you around.
smart enough and surrounded by like-minded enough individuals that he's not going to fucking do that. I don't know if he actually fully caved or anything like that.
Like it's really off-putting to have you come in. Hi, how you doing? Follow.
He's not.
Ooh, do you mind if I ask a question? Ah, here you go. You know, buy my stuff. You're a guy that makes no money. Here, you know, buy my thing. And I see, and I know some streamers who have no money and they end up buying a bunch of things or buying emotes or buying whatever. And I guess, you know, they want to buy them, so I guess that's fine. But it seems like a weird.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. We'll see what happens. Like I said, only time will tell.
Like all of them look like really bad like sports logos too, like with like the clip art on top and then like the big impact text underneath. Or like the same like raid, you know, little chibis or whatever. Like they're all like plug and play. And people buying them like crazy.
Lead into what got him elected. And what got him elected was not like the little name recognition that he had and the fact that he was able to take advantage of that little name recognition. What got him elected was that when he actually presented himself in front of people, he was earnest. And they attacked him about the Israel shit. And it didn't matter. Until he gives me a reason to worry, I'm not all that worried.
I didn't realize that Mike and Brett had a whole conversation about it.
I said.
That doesn't mean, but I do think there is a yearning
as
for
in Mike, as in
Democratic Party.
Central underscore
Paul
committee
Begala
or
still
Mike
trying to
from
make a case
PA.
for moderates have the energy in the Democratic Party while Alyssa
Brett, as
Farah
in
disagrees.
Marxism.
Let's take a look.
That doesn't mean, by the way, generational change does not necessarily mean ideological shift, right? We all got all gassed up because some guy got 43% of the New York Democratic primary vote for mayor. Good for him.
It was more votes in the primary than Eric Adams got in the general. So
Won a landslide in the Virginia 11th special election. Another congressman died, Jerry Connolly. And he's young too. And nobody noticed him because he's a moderate. And we don't want to acknowledge that the real energy in the Democratic Party is on the moderate side. That's how Mikey Sherrill won a convincing victory to be the nominee for the Democrats in New Jersey for governor. How Abigail.
Yeah, the Arizona situation is pretty obvious. It's like just because you're young and attractive doesn't mean that you're actually progressive. And if you don't actually channel progressive policies, just
awesome to
simply
have that
being
foil.
young and doing social media hits is not going to fucking carry you across the finish line at all. It is actually a direct... It is unironically a direct example, so close to the Zohar Mamdani victory, of exactly what I've talked about. It proves my point. If you don't want to believe the point that I'm making over and over again by my comparisons to Bernie Sanders and his approval rating, Bernie Sanders,
Bernie's
who is,
hot.
you know,
What can I say?
800 years old and and not exactly the best social media personality. And having said that, people still love him. Deja Fox is a perfect representation of simply being young doesn't automatically translate as being progressive. Okay? That's it. And it's very obvious that for a lot of Democrats, they thought they could fucking act like people were progressive. The New York Times made an error in their reporting on this that I think is like deliberate because it's so erroneous a claim to make. It's such a wrong claim to make that I suspect they did it on purpose. Here's what their reporting on this was. Hold on, let me see. Where the fuck is it? Oh, here, this is it. Mamdani momentum withered in the deserts of southern Arizona, says Jonathan Weissman, looking at Jack Healy's report on the New York Times. This is the quote that I'm looking at. Mamdani momentum withered into the deserts of southern Arizona on Tuesday night, Jack Healy said, on Adelita Grijalva's convincing win in Tucson against the upstarts who called for a new face and name to succeed. Raul Grijalva Grijalva in the House. Except, as Faiz Shakir posted, Adelita was the Bernie and AOC-backed candidate, the candidate who stood on the stage at their very well-attended Fight Oligarchy tour in Raleigh in Tucson earlier this year. Now, Adelita herself has some issues. Okay? Adelita herself has some issues as well, for the record. From what I understand, she's also like noticeably quiet about Israel. That's one aspect. Like she, but beyond that,
progressive on everything but Israel. That's the meme.
There's a couple other problems with her, but obviously she was considered the most progressive candidate. Deja Fox, on the other hand, Adelita Grijalva. Deja Fox, on the other hand, literally was like a Kamala Harris person and a social media influencer. It's not going to work. Just simply being good on social media is not going to carry you across the finish line. That's crazy. Unfortunately, the New York Times is trying to portray young people and progressives as gullible and shallow voters who get behind any young person on TikTok. His prominent backers all endorsed the winner of the primary, and yet New York Times says her win was a blow to Zoran.
That's insane. That's insane that they would just frame it that way.
Young people and progressives didn't rally behind Zoran just because he was young and used social media, but because they liked his policies, and they liked that Adelita's policies. She was backed by AOC, Bernie, and the Working Families Party. These are all Zoran backers. She was backed by CARE. These guys have cultivated their own. Yeah, she was not just a Kamala person. She was a K, however, and a staffer since 2020. Deja Fox is.
That's crazy.
And she was a moderate posing as a progressive. There are many such incidents. The Democrats have taken note of at least the David Hogg criticisms about the gerontocracy and think that the solution to this is simply running.
I don't think David Hogg is all that. I haven't noticed him have any crazy policies. He came out hot with gun control for obvious reasons, but then I don't think he's been all that mega progressive. I haven't heard him fight for Medicare for all or Green New Deal or whatever. It's possible that there's more in his platform. I'm sure has shifted or grown over time, but he's always been seem kind of like a whatever. But maybe he'll come out and have some awesome shit.
On the stage, or it's no secret that I don't look like the other folks on this stage or in Congress, and that's because I'm not. I was raised by a single mom here in southern Arizona. We relied on Section 8, food stamps.
Bro, this is literally like young, hot Kamala Harris. Oh my God.
Yeah, there's no soul behind the eyes. It's weird.
And Medicaid just.
Even like the single mom, young single mom, and then the eye thing that she does where she's like this.
To get by, I've been homeless. I've worked at a gas station, and if you at home are feeling like politicians just don't get it, I'm here to tell you that they don't. They'll never know what it's like.
I'm here to tell you that they don't.
Blink, 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 blink.
Head shake. That's literally Kamala. That's like to a T. What the fuck?
Like to make hard decisions in the grocery checkout line, or to work full.
Then she went to a Prada event in Milan during the campaign. Yeah, because she's a fucking social media influencer first and foremost. It's so ironic because wait, actually it wasn't. I think it wasn't Prada that invited me to their Milan launch, but Prada did send me the shoes from their new fucking runway. But again, I'm not running for office. I'm a fucking social media influencer. She's running for office.
If you say so, bro. I don't know. I guess so.
Full time and still not make the bills that month, have to choose between bills and back to school clothes, to be 16 years old and work to support your family. That's the kind of experience I bring to this race. It's the experience that we share. And it's the kind of.
What's good, King? Damn, it's a sick shirt. Anyway, So the fact that they're trying to do
60%
this
to
shit, the fact that they're trying to
20%.
angle
She
this
got
is really,
smoked.
really stupid. Have you seen Shane Gillis making fucking crazy jokes?
Say.
Apparently,
Donald Trump wants
here
to-
he's been popping
Donald
off
Trump
at the.
wants to-
Wait, fuck! What is wrong with Twitter, dude? It is so busted.
Oh, it must be podcast
at the
time.
SBs.
To stage a UFC fight on the White House lawn. The last time he staged a fight in D.C., Mike Pence almost died. All right. You don't have to do that. It was fine. I didn't write it. Actually, there was supposed to be an Epstein joke here, but as it got deleted. Must have probably deleted itself, right? Probably never existed, actually. Let's move on as a country and ignore that.
That was good. That's actually good. Let's see what else he said.
He's an alien.
Joe Rogan wanted me to. Oh hell yeah!
I'm gonna get in that bag.
Yeah, you get in there.
Joe
Get in
Rogan
there.
actually wanted me to be here to host this award show so that I could capture Adam Silver because Joe thinks he's an alien. And Donald Trump wanted me to be here to capture Juan Soto for the same reason.
That's fucked up.
It's an alien joke. Wait, who booed up there, dude? Shut up.
Shane
To
Gillis.
stage-
Oh, we already saw this one. Damn. Y'all need to fuck. Oh, we're
The hell's
fucking
an
this
SB?
weekend at Murad's bachelor party.
What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas.
Stays in my ass.
That's so crazy.
There's one thing-
Is a bridge too far? Okay.
There's one thing I want to say before I get out of here, and this is a dumb joke. You guys aren't gonna like it, but it's just a Norm Macdonald joke that I loved when he hosted the ESPYs, and I'm gonna do it now. Travis Hunter won the Heisman Trophy this year. He's the first defensive player since Charles Woodson to win the Heisman. Congratulations, Travis Hunter, winning the Heisman. That's something they can never take away from you, unless you kill your wife and a waiter. In which case, they can take that away from you. Well, see, a lot of you don't like me, and that's okay.
No.
No one's here?
No, only Marsh has shown up so far.
What the fuck?
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck is going on, dude.
If I had a podcast, I would
Guess
make sure
Phil
to
Knight's
show up.
chalked.
But you know what? I'm also horribly
Karl-Anthony
late
Towns is
all
here.
the time. So
The New York Knicks had a great season. Yeah, hell yeah. Karl-Anthony Towns is here. Hey, girl. The New York.
I don't get that one.
What the fuck?
Caitlin Clark retires from the WNBA. She's going to work at a Waffle House so she can continue doing what she loves most, fist fighting black women.
That's crazy.
That's crazy.
When
That's crazy. Also, why? What are the
That's
ESPYs?
crazy.
Why are there like
He has some
athletes
fucking
and
daggers in there. It
the
seems.
social media
It's
dude
fucked
in
up.
there?
Drewski loves it.
Yeah, Drewski, better. Yeah, could have been love guy.
But yeah, we are waiting on the rest of the podcast to show up, but they're fucking late, of course. Unsurprising. But I'm gonna go and hang out with my family, my cousins here for the bachelor party, all the way from Turkey, and then I'm gonna do the podcast. So I love you guys, and I will see you tomorrow. And then after tomorrow, I'm taking a 3-day vacay
Whoa.
for the first time ever. 3 days of no streaming. I wanted to stream, but Will and Marat have barred me from streaming, for the record. I wanted to stream when I'm in Vegas. We're going to be doing some crazy shit out there. But no, tomorrorow I'll be live. And I'll see you
He'll
tomorrow.
shoot some VOD content.
Love you.
Some
Bye-bye.
vlog content for sure.
Peace.
Which is going to be interesting. Twitch will be interesting during those days. So at one point, someone was like, "Wow, you guys must love it when," or talking to a different, group of people, a different streamer on a day that Hassan wasn't streaming, and they were like, "Oh, you guys must really love it when, Hassan takes a day off." And they were like, "Yeah, yes and no, because sometimes Twitch feels like it's dead when it's not streaming, because everybody that would show up to watch those things, whatever their streamer is, know that they're gone and then just ghost. Or they check in at their usual time, don't see them, look up their Twitter or whatever and figure it out and then go, oh, fuck. And then they just do something else productive with their life for once. And then maybe never come back. Or like when they go offline early, if you're not there to capitalize, people will then move on, get captured by a different audience, or just go to bed or whatever. So it'll be interesting to see, but those are the hours I like being awake, it seems. So maybe those would be some 3 pretty good days for me to try out some timing. Now, it'll all ultimately turn back into Hassan time again, so even if I find something that seems great, those people might just like duck out and do whatever, so. What would I normally do? I guess from this point on, I'll usually find another person to watch their stream. I wasn't able to get as much work done as I thought on the StreamerBot stuff, just because, like, the things I have on the docket for me to do, goodness, whenever I don't talk for a while, I get all yawned out on me. All this stuff I had on my StreamerBot, like little things to make or whatever, they were hard. They weren't really doable during stuff. But I guess they could be kind of workable now, maybe. I don't use the bathroom. Oh well. Not allowed. Wasn't much conversation, but it was also an impromptu thing, and I was changing the time slot, so can't expect too much. I honestly didn't expect to win that silent run. Now I'm like, oh shit, now I guess I can just keep playing, but seems a little pointless. Not pointless, but just there's no longer a big achievement at the end. Maybe the next one will take me 70 times before I get a victory, which is kind of embarrassing.
You know what I mean? I got nothing to do with that. You know what I mean? It seems like it was inevitable at this point, because like I'm gonna say what I think and give you my takes on politics. Like I'm not here to please Mike. That's all. Like, you know, I'm not tweeting to meet Mike's standard of what politics is. Like that's just personally, that's me. So you know what I mean?
Mike's a tough audience.
Like I don't know. It's never been I genuinely don't really care. I genuinely don't. He calmed down and apologized towards the end of his stream. I mean, I'm glad, but also, like, did I deserve that vitriol? Like, did I really deserve it?
I kind of did, but hey, okay, man, now I'm kind of curious. I came in at the end of it.
I don't know. If you hate me now, you hate me now. What the fuck am I gonna do about it? Like, I don't care. That's kind of where I'm at, dude. You know what I mean? I just don't care. Like, if
I always
you're
misspell
gonna
committee.
Become a hater. I don't care. Like, I do not care.
Yo, this is.
Of course, always.
It's whatever, you know. I don't know. I just think it was wild to just like see his reply and then be like, I bet he's talking about me on stream, and then I went there and he's just fucking scorched earth in that shit.
Let's see. Oh, this is full screen. I wanted to, I guess if I just click it here, does that pull it up? No, I have to click it here. Recent broadcasts. Yeah.
She went to an AIPAC-funded Israel trip. It is true. She did the thing. Tried to say that it's
the state's Democratic
clown.
The 54-year-old daughter
help you gain that.
Making fun of
nepotism should exist, but in the logs it does.
Community members having
This maximum possible. Not good on social media. Social media is important if you want a fucking bow tie. Offend anyone in the status quo.
Important to her position.
By the way, is MSNBC questioning her experience? Notice, like, you could tell how this is. You could tell she's not the left-wing candidate.
Or a mom down in the country who have not.
I want to see the part where he was popping off on.
What was I saying? Yeah.
Brett.
Like, what?
Okay, making fun of Asmongold and his weird.
Talks
Greek
about
friends.
personal appearance. It's very, quit your. It's like an intelligence act.
So I missed all of this, obviously.
I was raised by a single.
Yeah, this is really, really old. 13 years ago. She, and by the way,
I am Andrew Cuomo, and I am making this video to inform
okay, thank you guys. I'm not quite in that mental state yet. He didn't. He has had exactly the same position. Now, I hope he doesn't apologize or anything. That would be crazy.
And a second day of meetings set to begin between the New York City Democratic mayor
and public matching dollars. Queens Assembly member Zohran Mamdani has been reaping the spoils of his blowout Democratic primary victory, raking in a huge wave of campaign donations and securing another $1 million in public matching funds for the general election. Mayor Eric Adams, who skipped the primary in the wake of a federal criminal indictment and extraordinary cancellation by President Trump's Justice Department, lost out his continued plea for public dollars as an independent candidate with just 16 weeks left. And the Democrat Mamdani sadly defeated Governor Andrew Cuomo, also got no matching funds because
I was like, I should make the title less generic and more specific. But I was like, ew, I don't want to be like I'm fucking farming dramas. I'm like, these are friends.
he didn't ask for any. Cuomo stopped raising funds in May after he had to run on Vuedo attention stations of 2,100.
Where's the part?
Candidate by the biggest recipient of part of the reason why Zohran is going to win, that there's public matching funds.
It's so much easier to
counter
look at
the influence
chat.
of big money. And during Biden's trifecta, a whole bunch of other democracy could do so. Didn't do.
Only 13% of New Yorkers voted, but no real solutions. It's the New York City we know.
Is this him noticing the tweet right now,
That's the
maybe?
one that is still possible.
The Mamdani campaign quickly responding to Cuomo's candidacy with a statement reading in part, he's not fighting him again. And there are now 5 candidates running in November. And joining me now, it says they're staying in until November, but what
right now, Andrew, that each one of them is looking at, and there is a point of agreement between the 3 of them, and the point of agreement that Adams, Slee, and won on who in the race. Now, Cuomo, what his opponents see, what Adams and Sliwa see when they look at him, is a candidate who, amidst controversy, they see New York City voters are shot at Monday.
In order to stop the left, did I not tell you that this exact thing should be Tucker Carlson? Mary, what are you talking about?
Oh, Jay Marianne.
What do you mean? You could like just go to my Ballotopedia. You can see I won. I won the primary.
Oh, that's something different. Sorry. Someone
Like, what do you
saying that
mean?
he didn't.
Like, I won the Democratic primary. Like, it's right here. And then I was on. Oh, we got to find more about this. We got to find out more about this guy. Oh! Look at this guy! Where are you? Fuck. On the Democratic. You're at
Gold.
the Omni. And then don't go to the bar. They don't take the bar because they decide to do something else than practice.
Hey, it's that one video.
Anything else? Hey, what did Destiny graduate from, if you don't mind me asking? Ooh, I'm gonna find you. Oh yeah.
I get it. You're making fun of this dude.
Holy shit. Wants to slurp 6 fucking. How do you know I
Holy
out
shit.
2020 Hitler? Yeah, I think so. Practice my bar. It's actually acquired. Very funny. It's rare that a DGGer actually trains you
to me. Mike from Mike. Yeah.
Man, that's out. And then you is 10 minutes there. All right, let's keep going. Tonight, on candidates who believe it's progressive that are facing humanity right now.
Get it done. So you already
so it would
we'll
there is no change. Movements. This
shift. This press of the National Action Network and the host of Eric
reportedly because the New York Times said some fucking like quote from a source. Dumbass. Jesus.
About his economic policies going into the meeting, you had the same concerns going out. For some people, the charm and his disarming nature was enough to calm people a little bit. For others, the fact that he was very much sticking to his policies further enraged them. So there's a bit of a division coming out of the room in terms of response, but in the room, saw a little bit of it.
You more. That's that language, even as
you can hear it.
It didn't change anything. Shut the f. Holding and surrender. He is. I don't know. The Democratic Party machine is forced to support him. That's why he ran in the primary and won it. That was the whole point. Endorse him, saying, "Oh, I don't know if he is like hyper winning every op they see on social media." Are you stupid? He didn't.
Is this it?
So that answer came after he was being pushed on Israel and his views on that by the CEO of Pfizer. And my understanding is it was a fairly long response before he got to it. Some people were very happy to hear that. And as I said, some people, it's never going to be enough. So others weren't mollified. And by the way, one person I spoke to didn't even hear it. It was interesting. I called him back. I was like, did he say this? He was like, no, I didn't hear it. So I think there is an element of almost hearing what you want to hear as you go through this process.
Man, it's almost like he didn't say that. It's almost like it's total bullshit. Of course, the Democratic nominee, which I was forced to support. He hasn't changed any positions on policies. That's how it works.
Wait, is he? Now I'm confused.
Bend the knee to him, and it's like, shit. Stop falling for fucking ops from right-wing CEOs. Are you stupid? He didn't change anything. Shut the fuck up. Like, one of the most frustrating things about politics is you have people who are obsessed with electoral politics, and then they get exactly the type of candidate they want, and then they just fall for every op they see on social media, and they start crashing out immediately. They start seeing people folding and surrendering and giving in to a candidate who's winning, and their reaction is, oh my God, I can't believe he's letting people bend the knee to him. And it's like, yes.
That sounds like the issue.
What the fuck are you talking about, man? He's not going to ally with Richie Torres. He's not going to betray Palestinians. What the fuck are you talking about? Are you okay? Brett's take was terrible. I'm sorry. His take is not good. He is, I don't know if he is like hypersensitive or he's got like PTSD or something, but that's not real. When the Queen's machine is saying, oh, we endorse the Democratic nominee and we bend the knee, that's not Zoran doing anything but being the winner. He won the primary. So Democrats, if they don't endorse him, are not supporting the Democrat, which I don't know if you know is against the rules of the Democratic Party. If you are a Democratic Party machine, if you hold a position within the Democratic Party, you are not allowed to speak against the Democratic Party candidate. That's how it works. So they have to do that. And you know what? The Democratic Party machine is forced to support him. That's why he ran in the primary and won it. That was the whole point. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? It is, I'm sorry, you're not used to winning. I don't know what to say.
So this was, I guess, the tweet specifically they're talking about. If someone doesn't start understanding who his ideological enemies are, and that there is no handshaking or nice words about them that will ever change that, I really worry for his mayorship. So-called socialist cozies up to Bronx damn sellouts. That's a lot of flags. More replies. Enemies of the working class. Pharmos are bad. Zionists are enemies. Then Mike said he's accepting knee bends with no concession on policy. Elections are about getting 50% plus one, and he's doing that. He'll be targeting his enemies in elections where they are vulnerable. You can't fight in every direction at once. Mike, if this was literally anybody else standing and smiling with Richie Torres, you would be irate about it. Come on. There's literally zero electoral value in doing things like this or taking backroom meetings with hundreds of CEOs and investment bankers. He won the primary without them. He can win the general without them. I literally know the people behind his campaign, and they're lining up to challenge Torres. These people are running scared. And other people are talking, obviously. And then he made a video about it as well. Right. This was 4 hours ago. I have not seen this. Brett did not ask me to edit this one, probably because he has his own main editor. I'm more of a shorts guy for him at this point. Let's see. Democrats are dead. Could we revive them? Dun, dun, dun. I'm curious because I heard a little bit of his thing last night, and I was like, It didn't 100% gel with me, which is why it interests me when I heard Mike talking about it when I tuned in. And I was like, whoa, wait, is he talking about that thing from last night? So I'm curious to see.
Our lives suck are also because of the Democratic Party. We're going to bring our guns and protest pride. It is an enemy that we should defeat. I don't know how many times we need to learn this lesson. Also, like, literally, yeah, Trump did this. He just wiped the floor with all of your most historic families. Why does he need the party? Can anybody explain that to me? We're having a very deep, nuanced conversation about a very specific thing. I'm afraid you might not like it.
Also, Brett has always been... Brett is a more left person than I am, both on his understanding of theory, the mutual aid he does, all these different things. So when I see him doing stuff or having opinions about stuff, like, he was one of the people I saw first sort of like throwing shade at AOC for things. And I was just like, okay, like, whoa, that's different than what I was expecting or what I've seen from other creators that I follow. So even if I end up not agreeing with it, I want to understand where he comes from.
Welcome
cool
in,
intro,
welcome
thanks.
in, welcome in. How are you all doing? I hope you've had a great day today. We will be doing some light critical support tonight of Zohran Mamdani, but let's dive into this.
On the growing controversy,
So there's a silly thing that I have been trying to figure out, and through some minor research, I have not gotten great at it yet. And that is critical support. Is that like support under certain criticisms, or these people are in dire need, we have to give them support more than ever, it's critical that we do so? I've seen it used both ways. When I search it online, I see it understood both ways. I think in this situation, it's critical support because we support him, but we have a critical eye in the situation.
told you about yesterday. Organizers deciding to ban
Growing controversy.
uniformed police officers from participating in the parade.
Boo! We fucking hate you. This conversation was rebooted. Oh, this conversation is from 4 years ago. But this one is from 1 day ago. This is from 1 day ago. So this conversation has been happening every Pride for 4 years.
New York City's top cop is upping the ante, though.
I would assume that Brett would just not want cops at Pride, just because he doesn't like cops. But banning them where they're not allowed to be gay or something, I guess he would also be against. But like specifically including them in Pride, like a corporate Pride, probably be something he would just not want altogether.
In her disagreement with organizers of New York City's Pride March, Commissioner Jessica Tisch says she's going to protest tomorrow's march over a policy she says discriminates against LGBTQ officers. Derek Waller has...
Yeah, we'll show you. We're going to protest Pride. We're going to stand right next to Westboro Baptist Church and protest you guys for not letting us be in uniform with guns. We're going to bring our guns and protest Pride. We're on the right side here. Meanwhile, I have obtained footage of the NYPD's protest. And I'm afraid you might not like it. Why though? Why though? But why though? And here's all I'll say, is that sometimes I don't think that Zoran...
It was not all he would say. Just guessing based off of the fact that we're beginning of the video, and also it's a long-running conversation.
Understands. It feels like he doesn't. I'm sure he does. I know he's a very smart guy. But I don't know why he doesn't understand who his enemies are and operate on those terms. The NYPD is going to be one of his #1 political enemies, like, forever. This is not going to change. He can shake every hand in the world. He can talk to every cop in the NYPD, and it's not going to make a difference. So why not identify them as an enemy, state them that way, and treat them that way? I feel the same way about the Democratic Party. Like, I feel like there's a very similar dynamic there.
So far, just looking at the chat, I think he does in the strat to shit sunshine all over them. Killing them with kindness is kind of what they're getting at. But they might start agreeing. Let's see.
Where, like, I don't know why he has to always be talking positively about the Democratic Party when they are literally going out there and fucking sig heiling in words on podcasts. They are just being the most racist, disgusting creatures on earth about him. He talks about it in this interview. He talks about the Democratic Party. He talks about winning over the Democratic establishment. What is the political goal? What is the political, like, benefit of this? At some point, we have to just say it. You would benefit electorally by just saying to people, the reason that your lives suck are also because of the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party and the establishment of the Democrats are completely captured by the same billionaire interests that elected Trump. This is a fact. This is...
I don't disagree with the fact, whatever it is, but I guess so far I still disagree with the dirty break, the full break style. And currently I'm operating within the high of winning the Democratic primary. And enjoying watching their numbers fall everywhere under general circumstances, but his numbers climbing, and the ability to reform or rebuild and maintain the structure of it, or maintain, I guess, like the infrastructure of it, renaming everything and telling everybody who votes blue, no matter who, that there's a new thing now. Because we watch how they react when you win. So when you try to be a spoiler outside of it, they're going to eat you alive and have more of the moral high ground than just being a bunch of losers. Because they're a bunch of losers right now, and they're acting like they're the winners, but no one really believes them. You know what I mean? Like, that's why their numbers are still low.
It's true. Like, why do
keep them on the outside in the cold instead of putting ourselves on the outside in the cold, I guess, is kind of where my stance is.
you want a place in that? And in this interview, he says, we'll get to the line, but he literally says, I hope my campaign can be a place where people can return home to the Democratic Party. And it's like, wait, what?
That sounds good, right?
Your goal?
Because a lot of people get sick of it and move away and just not care about politics anymore. The ones that would stay home when Kamala Harris is trying to get elected, and they go, ew. First Clinton, Hillary Clinton, a demon, and then Joe Biden giving up, and then pushing it on to Harris, which is just a complete vapid nothing with no policy, nothing would change between me and Biden, whatever it is, and then like give up. I'm done. You know, I don't like the Republicans; they're evil, but I'll just stay home from now on. Fuck it. You know, I don't want to be complicit in a genocide. I don't want to do these other things that are bad. So then you can bring those people home. They go, wait, now someone who does care about things. They do have a moral, backbone. They do want to make life better. Green New Deal style policies and stuff.
Is to bring people back into the Democratic Party? Like, why is he not talking that way about DSA? I'm not a huge DSA Andy, but if you are in DSA and Zoran is going on to all of these places and he's telling people to join a different political party?
DSA is not a political party, is my understanding. What I've been told specifically is that it's like, at one point I was like, oh, I can't join, or I have an issue when I join DSA because I'm not supposed to join political parties or whatever, because of my wife's job. And they go, oh, don't worry, it's not a party. We're just like a 50C3, 50C5 or whatever. Some numbers I don't remember.
Doesn't that make you a little concerned? He should be on these
because he spends too much time writing AOC.
Mainstream media outlets telling people to join DSA and to build.
He was at a DSA thing signing people up just like the same day as this, if not the day before this, depending upon, because this was filmed last night. We was talking about a video I filmed that morning, and we're just talking about like, I got to make sure the exact days are fuzzy, but
DSA. Why would he be saying we want?
Yeah, I'm not going to shit on him.
Use my campaign to
does feel weird.
Invest in the Democratic Party. They would rather lose than elect.
DSA got him to where he's at. He needs to respect them and their wishes. So this person's saying the DSA wants them to work with that, because as I learned the other day, there are multiple caucuses within the DSA with very different ideas on the long-term goals of the entire organization. So some people completely agree with Brett, and some people completely disagree with Brett. So it's interesting. And it's not a monolith. It is a big tent, which is funny because that's what the Democrats are supposed to be. But it's not big enough for us, God damn it.
Allow progressive legislation that actually benefits working people.
And until it is, and then Zoran wins the primary, so.
At the expense of capitalists. They would rather lose. This has been proven over and over and over again. I don't know how many times we need to learn this lesson. The Democratic Party is not a thing we should aspire to. It is an enemy that we should try to fucking defeat. And I do think there is some value in like doing what Zoran did, using the Democratic primary to capture this attention and to.
So like, I guess everybody that wants a hard, dirty break, everybody that wants us to never need to always run against the Democrats or whatever it is, the Zoran campaign kind of really hurts that. I heard from people that the PSL is less about electoralism and more about mutual aid and there's other things. And not that anybody is upset that good things are happening, but if you were hoping for this particular caucus or this particular belief structure to spread, you would want your idea to spread more and to win over people more. You would want the electoralism to constantly fail. So then you go, see, we can't do it like this. But when electoralism succeeds, it's like, well, okay, well, if Bernie Sanders was president and shit, you go like, okay, well, we still should break away. It's tough to be on the team of I want to break away when you're winning, right? It'd be hard to be a progressive, harder, not like internally, but your runway would be harder if Zoran lost, because you go, damn it. You know, I want to do electoralism with progressives, but we keep losing again and again. It would just be like, they keep fucking us. We're watching the Democrats still try to fuck us, but they suck and no one likes them. So their attempts fail because the message is good. And I understand how that can also mean that you should run on your own, but we saw how PSL didn't move the numbers nearly enough. Has things changed significantly? Trump administration's changed some things, but has it changed enough to actually make it actually work? Because you know the Democrats are going to run somebody. Like, they're not going to die that hard that they're not going to run. So even if, you know, PSL goes from 1% or whatever it was to like 10%, you know, that would be a huge, insane change, but it still wouldn't ultimately end in a victory. It would end in the JD Vance victory, or what the fuck, who they plan to put up next, or Trump 3. So seems like if you have your policies in power and you change the hearts and minds of the people, you push the party left, and you can push the party very left. Like, just between the two different talking points, when Bernie's on the stage, when he's not on the stage, you know, Medicare for All is on the table versus not on the table at all. As soon as Mamdani's up there, everyone's like, okay, yeah, rent freeze. Sure, of course. And then they all lose out to him and he wins. And it's like, hell yeah. Some of the accelerationism is what's caused this sudden change in electoralism. But the Democrat version of things, their message seems to have fallen flat, but the country's still in a two-party headspace. I don't think Zoran would turn down a realistic new party because, I mean, obviously Democrats aren't doing him any favors. They all tried to stop him in the primary, and even after the primary, they have not done the thing they're supposed to do, which is coalesce around him. So, as the DSA PSL party forms, the whatever, you know, the Corbyn party comes over the seas and joins us, I could definitely see him being a person like a incumbent mayor going, you know what? My next run will be via that party instead. Thank you, Democrats, for nothing, but I'm going over here now. And people would then see his policies in action and then associate those positive policies not with the Democrats anymore, but then with the new party. You know, it kind of makes sense to me working that way. And based off everything I've seen about him from years past to years current, nothing really seems like it would go against that, because that could be the parasocial part where it's like, oh, look, I see me in a lot of these ways or whatever. But also, I've only been at this for so long. And I've only seen so many different things. You know, I've seen the Fetterman thing happen. I've seen the Bernie Sanders loss in 2020 for sure. A little bit in 2016, but I wasn't nearly as paying attention. Let's see.
Capture this stuff. I think there's value in that. But at some point, we need him to be more loyal to DSA than to the Democratic Party. And that means not going into an interview and talking about how this is a plan to revitalize the Democratic Party. It needs to be, we are standing in opposition to the Democratic Party, and we're building DSA. The role of the Democratic Party needs to be very, very, very clearly understood in this.
He's hiding his power level.
Some people genuinely do still believe that we can change it from within. And I just disagree with you. And so maybe we some people, we just won't agree because I can only assume you haven't been paying attention since 2016 as this strategy has been tried over and over and over again. I have, so I know that this is ridiculous. Like, this is a waste of time. We should be building the party.
See, like, that's, you know, he has a different, much more, like, he has more reps in, more hours in. Have those hours soured him to be not able to see what's in front of him, or had they given him the wisdom to see what actually is in front of us? That's, I guess, for each person to decide, ultimately. I went to our DSA city councilor, Richie Floyd, was like, yo, you know, months and months ago, I was like, I got a lot of people talking right now. This is all before the Zoran, you know, bump. This must have been back in like January or whatever. And I was like, hey, what are your thoughts on break or stay with Democrats? Actually, I might even have the text. I mean, it was a pretty interesting response. I can also give you the date of when I sent it. There you go. Yeah. We can't. Oh, this is back when there were people asking Bernie to like release. This is in April. On Dems versus a serious split. Do you think Bernie and all the few legit Dems split off and made something new? They wouldn't dumpster to Dems and free themselves from all the negative image / baggage. This is also when Mike was talking about this idea more and more back then. Or do you think rebuilding Dems inside out is better to keep the same name since it's more important than the old image baggage that it carries? Meaning that like people would still vote for a D, even though Ds have sucked recently. People just vote for the D because it's just not the R. Like, well, I can't control what Bernie does, so I don't think about it much. But it would be hard for me for that to be successful for obvious reasons. Although I would like it. I don't support building inside the Dems either, because their party apparatus is shit and controlled by capitalists, which is similar to what Brett's saying. So I've always thought that we should use the Dem ballot line, but not actually participate in the party. They can't stop us from using their ballot line for the most part. And then I imagine one day when the left has amassed enough power like that, then there would be some kind of forced split because the Dems would lose their minds. I'm generally a proponent of what people in the DSA call party surrogate and the dirty break. Oh, I guess that's what the dirty break versus the clean break or the full break or whatever. Party surrogate is where we create a party that does everything a party does, but we don't worry about the ballot line. And the dirty break means eventually we use the party surrogate to break from the Dems. In the meantime, I think it's okay to run as a Dem or as an independent if you can get away with it, but that's more rare. And then I said, we're like a chest burster. And then we can grow up and become a xenomorph all of our own. And he was like, exactly. So that was a person that I work with directly, who also has, you know, run his own campaign, here locally in a very red, you know, it's Florida. Even though the Tampa Bay has a little piece of blue because there's just a lot of humans here, but generally it's still pretty crazy out here. That was what, you know, I saw these two different arguments. If I turned to not necessarily my mentor, but a person I definitely look up to, and also a person who has more direct experience than me. But obviously Brett has a lot more direct experience than me, and probably even Richie, because he's been doing this for a very long time and has traveled the world and all kinds of stuff. But that's what helps cement my current understanding of this dilemma. So kind of get what he's coming out here. And then now I wanted to hear the Mike half of it, which was over here.
It'd be interesting to watch if he does, you know, maybe.
Here's what matters, you fucking liberal, his position on the policies. If he's changing his position on the policies, I'll yell at him. He hasn't changed any positions on policies. He said, I would arrest Netanyahu. I would not go to Israel. I do not support Israel as a Jewish state, but only as a state with equal rights. He hasn't changed a goddamn thing. He supports BDS. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about? I want him to be mean to people. I want him to go up and be mean to people in their face and be unhinged. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? That's my job. His job is to be the happy warrior who goes around and is pleasant and makes people like him. His job is not to be a schizo running around pissing people off by being unhinged. That's my fucking job.
Oh my.
Come on, man. Like, get your shit together. And I know the people that are literally ready to primary Richie Torres. Richie Torres showing up at the fucking Queen's Machine endorsement of Zoran because they have to do it, and being scared shitless of him is a sign of winning. If I didn't see Zoran endorse Richie Torres, I didn't see Zoran say I like Richie Torres and I want him to win again. I see all the people that worked on Zoran's campaign lining up primaries against Richie. He's scared. He's fucking scared. This is what it looks like when you win. If you don't like,
because the tweet said if you saw anybody shaking his hand, you'd be mad, but it's Zoran, so you're not mad. And I guess he's not wrong, but he's not wrong because the policy difference. So Bernie Sanders would shake Richie Torres' hand, but you know that he would have his policy take, or AOC would shake them because we're polite people. You know, you don't, even though Donald Trump is, you know, devil incarnate or whatever, you don't just spin your head around exorcist style when you see him because it's so upsetting. You have to, and also if you did spit on them or like too slow, you know, and like you fake the handshake on them, it would be news and you'd be seen as a jerk. And then like, even when Trump is a jerk to people, it kind of loses him some motion because people are like, man, I really love his racism, but I just can't get over how mean he is to people. Like they really hate it despite them finally having their white savior or whatever it is. I mean, they're happy to vote for it anyway, but the fact that it even like upsets that crowd shows how important it is. And there's a bunch of, you know, hand-wringing liberals that you gain so much power from and you can do so much policy off of, but they're the most sensitive to this stuff. So it makes sense that you would do the normal, like, yes, hello, and then tell them, like, you know, you suck. I mean, I don't know, obviously, what they were saying to each other. I mean, based off everything I've seen about Zoran, it does not seem like he would turn his back on everything he's been building for the past forever. Yeah.
like winning, run as a fucking independent candidate, get your 3%, fucking lose, and have the biggest Zionist come into power. Just like when we protested Jamal Bowman and Cori Bush, and we got mega Zionists. Congratulations on that impressive win. This is what politics is like. If you don't like electoral politics, I suggest just doing something else. I highly suggest it for your own mental health. When you win, this is what it looks like. People bend the knee to you. That's exactly what's happening.
And that's kind of like a go fuck off kind of message, but also it's like the DSA and the PSL. Like they don't necessarily interact, it seems, on a lot of things, even though they have very similar worldviews in mind, at least from my little insight. Like when we've been at different events, PSL people have been there as well, and everyone's happy to see each other, whatever it is. But because also a very interesting point, basically, even though there's all these different caucuses inside the DSA, the majority of rank and file membership is caucusless. We got no caucus. We just have a general idea of policies and try our best to push it forward. The end goal is kind of like this, like in which utopia would we want to live in? You know, what's going to happen 20 years from now, we think maybe, right? And ultimately the local work is like, it doesn't really matter what you think about that, because ultimately you only got these two people here or whatever it is. But apparently DSA does more electoralism than PSL that does more direct action. So I guess he's saying if you don't like electing stuff, then don't worry about electing stuff and just do your direct action stuff. I mean, electing stuff always has to have some kind of fucking compromise or whatever. Even our awesome city councilor, he's one out of however many, and he has to make proposals, and some of the proposals that he wins are almost just like symbolic. But it's still progress, and things are moving, even though it was supposed to be two, but we didn't win the primary in the second one. But yeah, I don't know. I get weird pieces of hope, and then also weird pieces of like doomerism that kind of like spring back and forth. So it's important to keep moving forward despite whichever one is hitting you at the time, because that's not helpful ultimately. Oh, it looks like he's actually in the chat.
What's happening? He hasn't changed himself on any position. If you thought he didn't go far enough in the primary and you're trying to like smuggle that opinion into something different, you're actually just hurting the movement, which is, I want you to understand, Palestine will be free when America stops giving billions to Israel. We don't need to go in there and invade Israel and be the saviors. We need America to stop supporting Israel. And politicians like Zoran winning makes that position much more likely to come to fruition. North Vietnam didn't need us to invade South Vietnam to win. They just needed us to pull out. And when we pulled out, Vietnam was able to reunify itself under the communist banner. The United States of America just needs to pull out. And as the people in the Imperial Core, our job is to get the people that are going to pull us out of these conflicts in power. And so that is what your focus should be on.
So I was talking to Kara about this. I think I got the gist of the differences here. I mean, because, and also, like, as always, I mean, I edit videos for Brett. I think he's awesome. He's a better human being. If I could ever become half as patient and understanding or whatever, I would be the best version of myself. Like, it's crazy. And I also really value Mike's insight on a lot of things. And he's a passionate man, that's for sure. I was talking to Kara about some stuff because it was like my raised in Florida centrist, enlightened intellectual thought process that I would always sort of attach to myself. It defaults me into these, like, I guess, like, in some ways insulating points of view, but then also perhaps sometimes wise, where we as in progressives yelled at Biden and then Harris for not being left enough, and told them we would hold our votes, we would constantly tell them that they suck because we needed them to go more left. We were bullying them. And bullying was working when, like, Biden dropped, because it's like, oh my God, it really works. And we really tried to bully Harris. But that didn't seem to have as much impact. Whether they put up their defenses and really stopped listening to everything and then lost, oops, dumbasses, or we just didn't have enough pressure. It's hard to say without really understanding the advisors or whatever, but it seems like even when you win, they fucking fight against you. So I don't know if there was ever fixing that, unfortunately. So in this situation, some people look over at AOC, or they look over at Zoran even, and then say, you're not left enough. And then they try to yell at them and bully them to make them go more left. Now, will it take an insane amount of bullying to force Zoran to not shake the hand of other politicians or whatever? Probably. Like right now, the amount of bullying on the TV is just them not willing to define words. Every news station he goes on and like, why wouldn't you just completely condemn this innocuous statement? Why wouldn't you just condemn something and just go against what the words mean and your complete understanding of it as a nuanced individual, especially an individual who comes from outside of the United States and you know what they're actually talking about? Why wouldn't you just condemn it blanketly just to make some people who don't understand it happy? And instead of helping people understand it, we're just going to fearmonger around it. Like, that's an insane amount of bullying. They're constantly yelling at him. Even his friends, like Brad Lander, don't seem to have a good understanding of it. Probably to some degree willingly, because it seems to help some of their bullshit to keep it in the dark. So unless you can out-bully in that direction, you might not be able to push. But if a person was like a, I stand with her kind of person looking at me, yelling at Biden and Harris, then I could see how they might feel when I, as a Zoran defender, look over and see Brett saying not left enough or whatever. Obviously just minimizing down to a simple sentence, but... So knowing how I feel when he says it, it helps me see more exactly. Because, I mean, I have an understanding of why people will be mad or whatever, but I guess nothing really teaches, like, being in the shoes specifically. So then what would I need to hear to push me towards his message? And that could be the key to teaching how we push the I stand with hers to side with, fighting a better candidate than Harris, right? As an example. Because it seemed like no matter what we told them, they would not see the understanding of it. So let me think about what I've learned or what it feels like, and then try to approach somebody. I guess a part of it would be she is already getting bullied by the media for being a Democrat in general, comparatively to the Trump side. And she's going to get that on either, no matter what she does, whether she's radical or not radical. And she's getting ever increasing amount of pressure from this side, the new side. And it's not a small pressure, it's a huge pressure, to the point where the tipping has been tipped. She's just not willing to hear it, but the tip has happened. I don't think, like, would that help them see it a bit better? Probably need to think about it a little bit more to get the exact breakdown. Just thinking about it out loud as I smash the shit out of my fidget spinner or my fidget cube or whatever. And it's like, you have to show them the polls, how the Democrats are shifting their thoughts on these things, and how this is going to lag voter support. And since this position will lag voter support, the only way to make her change what her messaging is to tell her that she is losing support. So that would be saying on the polls and just in general in the crowds, not showing up to the things, not showing up to the door knocking campaigns, not showing up to the different bullshit things. Or if you do show up, you boo or whatever. Because if she showed up even at her big rallies and was just booed outright, or she never got anybody to volunteer for anything because of this one policy, or this one directive. And then she looked at the polls, and the polls said they hate you. Then she would go, all right, back to the drawing board. And that would then mean that she would have to redraw some things, whether it's more progressive ideas in other areas. But probably the one would be the easiest is the one that's that. There's probably some money shit, natural ideologies, whatever, between the Biden side, and the staffing team is very pro it. It would probably require such an obscene shift that would almost be impossible for those incredibly ideological individuals would ever really allow that to change. It would get some concessions. It would get some kind of Medicare improvement, some kind of new tax credit for working single mothers that own a blue car or something, right? It would do something. But probably not anything that's useful. Which seems like it's just, there's no shot. So then that doesn't help me find the words to tell them to get them join our side, unfortunately, even with this added understanding. Well, it was cool to look into it a little bit, hear them out. I do think I ended up siding with Mike on this one. And I don't think, and then I'm poking into Brett's stream for a second. And I think it's important to say, because just like me, I'm just sitting here thinking things off the top of my head and talking. I'm sure Brett and Mike have a bit more ideological guidance behind what they say for why they say it. So not only are they sharing their thoughts and feelings raw and live, but also, you know, they have some, you know, convictions and knowledge behind those things. But at the end of the day, we're just human beings just talking, right? So I'm sure I'll say some stupid shit that I don't actually believe. Not saying that Brett doesn't believe what he was saying, but I have, you know, I would never want to, especially an ally and a friend. Again, not being parasocial and they're friends, but just an ally. I would not want to say that, they said this thing this one time, therefore write them off forever for any reason, whether it's Mike or, you know, Brett. So, but it's good to see, because I had a lot of trouble with media literacy, as I've said many times. Not just regular literacy, but media literacy as well. Yeah. That's. I wasn't gonna say that specifically, but yes, that is a part of it. But I would watch somebody and then say, yes, my new opinion has been formed. Thank you. Which means I could have very easily been an Asmongold guy going, yeah, based, right? Just watching whatever it was. I watched Penn and Teller's bullshit when I was in college. I was like a freshman because I just got HBO for the first time ever because I had it in the dorm room. And I'm like, whoa. And then like I got libertarian thought beamed into my brain. And that's where I became an intactivist, where I thought that, you know, getting my foreskin cut off was a crime against humanity. Where I, you know, learned a bunch of weird shit from that TV show. I know, Kara doesn't like it when I say I'm a dumbass. It's good to not only learn, like actively, not just have a regurgitation valve or whatever, but actually understand what I'm hearing people and share. And after a very long time of osmosis listening to a bunch of streams and watching them and learning facts and learning some like core ideas, I feel like I can actually form an understanding and my perspective and opinion on specifics. Now, like Mike will have an incredible encyclopedic knowledge of how law works and how government and rules are, and also how to ignore certain rules or whatever it is, and all kinds of things. And then Brett has, worked with loads of different teams of people and individuals and been out there putting his body on the line, fighting cops and shit. Like, so I still have a lot to learn and a lot of nuance that's lost, but I like that I can not only watch and learn things, but then also there is such an interesting wide crowd that I can now be able to watch. Sometimes it's very similar, sometimes only slightly different, and sometimes wildly different perspectives, and have that all help form my understanding of the situation and then my own opinion at the end. Yeah, of course I'll gain experience and stuff. Yeah, but I don't know how old me would have focused on this. I feel like whatever video I watched last would be where my opinion is stationed, or perhaps whatever video I watched first would then mean this is my new team. I'm wearing this hat now. And the second video, egads, a different point of view. Never. How dare you? Right? Like, I'm pretty sure that would be probably the most likely situation. But I like that I can actually take it in, chew it up, and try and understand it. And even if I find that this other opinion, whether it be the first or the second one I come into contact with, there's still a perspective to gain, if nothing else, because I generally feel, especially as a person who came from the other side in some ways, not the insane far other side, but the other side for sure, there are ways to bring people over, and then there are ways just to fight them endlessly for no reason, to no avail. Not everyone's willing to go over, but when there is that percentage of ones who are willing to listen or have their ear turned on more than they think they do, there's a way to talk to them. Like, ultimately, even when whenever people come into my chat and start saying some fuck shit, I'm like, come on, man, you don't really believe that. Like, you're just saying the thing, right? Like, that's kind of gross, whatever. Like, you're just like, I don't like that. You don't, that's not, that's messed up. And there was the other guy the other day who was just a troll to be a troll, and there's no helping a guy like that, right? At least not right now. But I think some people, they kind of like, oh, I am being a little weird. So, like, honestly, even that person that came in to sell shit, I'm like, come on, you can't just come into someone's chat and say, come on, buy my stuff. Come on. Like, you just walk in. Like, the fact that you followed and immediately were saying, hi, how you doing? A little bit weird. That's you. Hello, Antony Tristan. You ready to sell me something? You got your wiggle Squidwards? Oh, shit. No? Okay. Well, that's good. I appreciate that. A second ago, we were just looking at... Oh, man, this is a deep cut. Central_Committee, a.k.a. Mike from PA, was having a disagreement with Cinemarxism, a.k.a. Brett from Twitch. The two of them were discussing whether or not Zoran should have gone to a meeting with the DNC and business professionals in New York City. And that I ended up seeing the tail end of each person's perspective. I walked in at the end of Brett's stream yesterday and saw his takes about how he didn't like that. And it didn't... I was like, I'm generally more of a pro Zoran guy, so that didn't... It didn't make sense to me right away. But then the next morning, I turned on Mike's stream, and he was finishing his rant and ultimately being like, look, I'm not trying to fight Brett. Brett's awesome where it is, but I just don't think I can agree with his idea on that. Which I think after now witnessing the very beginning of Brett's stream, I don't think he saw that part, which is a shame because now there might be a bit more bad blood or whatever. But no, you're right, Carrie. Yeah, there's definitely a difference between. You can kind of get a sense of it right away, like when somebody is bad faith or not. And that is where that disarming, like, come on, man, like whatever, you're using those terms, whatever, you're dehumanizing individuals, like that's just like, you know what you're doing. That's just messed up, man. Like, and if they go, yeah, or like, well, okay, I see what you're saying. Like you can immediately see the difference. Although through text it's difficult. I mean, also the gross trolls generally don't walk into your face. I mean, it does happen, but usually they're not outside, so you don't always run into those folks. I mean, I've been at DSA meetings and talking to somebody, and I'm like, "You're at a DSA meeting? You're here, but you're saying this racist shit to me? That's crazy." That's like, whoa. Like, okay, it's a big tent apparently. Oh my god, like, yeah. I mean, there's a ban button and everything. Just because the guy wants to get banned, whatever. It doesn't. There's like 1% of me that's like, I don't want to give him what he wants, but then what's the alternative? He's sitting here shitting up the place forever. That's no good. I was kind of winding down just because I was like, well, I think we're out of whatever. I'm not sure how Kara's doing when it comes to like sleeping or being awake. But the streams I was watching, it feels a little weird to watch the smaller streamers just because, like, hey man, like the big streamers let you do it, but watching the smaller streamers and like hovering over them and using them to fill your dead air or whatever, I don't know, it still feels weird. But I've only been streaming for like what, 4 hours, 5 hours now with the talking. I definitely like yapping and talking about stuff. Even just watching the Hassan stream, I'll try it again tomorrow. He's going on a 3-day hiatus, so I won't even be able to make it a habit anyway. But I'll try it again tomorrow to some degree. Maybe I'll start a little before and then fade into that. We'll see. But maybe when I also have a conversation happening, it's easier to like do stuff. Because I felt like I was just trying to find things to do while it's happening the whole time. But we'll see. A lot of people like Little Bear and or J Marianne, it seems like a lot of times they don't have their camera on and they have like the little like avatar there. And I think having those long form co-work stream things, whatever, it's way easier to do it without the camera. Just because, whoa, you're here. And when the camera's on, I'm like standing in front of you. So it feels weird not to be addressing you or talking to you or doing something for you, I guess. It's a thing you can get used to, I'm sure, but also trying to be extra engaging for those that come in because I don't have a community, or at least I don't have a thriving community, especially at these new time slots, to really help pick up the slack. So, interesting day, interesting learning experience for lots of reasons. I love the word interesting, so I'm looking forward to doing tomorrow. I'm happy to actually have streamed today. Taking 2 days off in a row would have felt really bad for my self-esteem or whatever. And also like making sure I take a shower, brush my teeth, do all the human stuff. Because without an actual work schedule, a lot of those chores will kind of like, or those hot, personal things, there's less of a structure to sort of like contain them in. So I need to set up my alarms for the different pills, set up my alarms for even like brushing my teeth and shit. Like, alarms have helped me with my ADHD quite a bit in other parts of my life. So, yeah. Find what works for you. I'll work on that TikTok and then also try to work on some bigger video ideas, but that's not going to happen between the stream in the afternoon morning. So I'm not going to lie to myself, and I'm not going to lie to you. 4 viewers. Who's viewing? What the hell? Who's viewing? That's crazy. Well, hey, I think Cinemarxism is still on. So I'm going to try and raid Brett, because Brett might not even know that I stream. So if you want to say hi to Brett, and obviously, you know, don't fuck around or be... but like, yeah, I mean, he's a great dude. He's reacting to shit better than I am right now. So we'll raid him. He's a cool dude. I do stuff for him. He's a better human being than me. So make sure to say hi, at the very least. And then have a great night. Try to get something checked off your list tomorrow, if not tonight, because getting things checked off your list makes you feel fucking good. Have a great night. Oh, only 2 viewers. What? Come on, lurkers. Chip chop. You all don't have what is it, Franker face, where it auto adds you in the raids. Excuse me. Or maybe you have the app that makes you not get added in the raids. Or my view counter is just busted and it just says 4 instead of 2. Well, now I feel weird only reading with 2, but I started it. Oh well. See you tomorrow. Free Palestine. 4, 3, 2.
Down that there were 6 people in the car, and the Trump